Match found.
I am the beginning. I am the end.
Hello, welcome.
Maybe if we kick their asses hard enough, they'll stop bothering us.
Enemy mid.
Shadows traveling.
One B.
Shadows traveling. No.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Neon stopped.
B.
One enemy remaining.
That makes 3.
These guns we use are okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense.
Their fears betrayed them.
Enemy spotted mid.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Reload.
No.
Enemy spotted mid.
Last player standing. Spike planted. Flawless.
Pry open their minds. Find the weakness.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Yeah.
Stealing sight.
Last player standing.
Di sliding gua.
No one closed the door.
Their teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
Time to mix things up.
Shadows traveling.
Phoenix 100.
Enemy spotted mid. You're done.
Oops. Enemy spotted
Cover
mid.
going out.
Gun here.
I'll find you.
Enemy mid.
Yikes.
There.
Here. Bring them down.
Wait.
Gun here.
They lock A.
Here. Weapon here.
They lock A, bố.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
30 seconds left. Thrifty.
I need nothing to win. Gun here.
Weapon.
This fight isn't over until we are dead.
Reloading.
I will rip the light from them.
To mid.
Cover going out.
Market.
Hush.
Weapon here.
Talk. Go.
One more. Sofa mid.
Yeah.
Sound A.
No blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
From B. Awesome.
Here.
Cutting their vision.
Ugh. Deadlock's wires are obnoxious. Shoot them for me, yeah?
Please remember to encrypt all files before leaving your facility. At Kingdom West,
Thank you,
our
Di
information
Naila.
is as vital as our
you.
employees.
I can buy one. Moment,
I need this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sound A.
Shadows traveling.
Careful mid.
Shadows traveling.
Can you trap? Put your trap anywhere.
Oh. Two side. Moment.
Spike planted.
Ailing. Sini ailing.
Last player standing. Long.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Employees stationed in direct wing levels B1 and B2 are to follow
Hello,
strict
Atta.
detention procedures upon exiting the wing. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated.
Shema.
Stay safe.
Shadows traveling.
Spike down A.
Multiple enemies A.
My
Territory, my rules.
Cover going out.
Go.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Good job.
Together fade. We will show them the true meaning of fear.
Yes.
They are so dead.
Main one.
Nice.
Here. Shadows traveling.
One here. One mid. Two mid. Three mid. Four mid.
Oh, I like it.
You had your fun.
Shadows traveling.
เอาตีเลยนะ
Hi! I'm pissed!
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Spike down mid.
Again.
Shadows traveling.
Yo, calm down, man.
Good job, man.
They have courage, but no one is. Who needs a weapon?
Need a drop. Thanks. Push them back.
Main. B some.
Okay. Amen, you can check.
Cover
Joke's
going out.
over! You're dead!
Hey, fake, wake up, fake. Hand me.
Spike
Enemy
planted.
spot B.
You ready?
Nice.
Close
Blinding.
Dia nggak ngomong ada trap di situ.
Two side, two here. Wait.
Last player standing.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
Please note that only private landmark staff with level 5 security clearance are allowed into the site action. Anyone found violating the policy.
Watch this.
Shadows traveling. Watch them run. Teleport stopped.
Enemy spotted B.
Oh, bad. B-man.
Shadows traveling.
Inside plan B. Wait, with up.
Spike planted.
Pad, comment.
Blinding.
Go!
Last player standing.
Anjir. Ayo, shoot, anjir. Stay with me.
They're just batteries, and I need a recharge.
Here.
One mid.
Shadows traveling.
I have them.
Oh.
Teleport's gone.
Oh, 1 minute.
Stealing sight.
Nice.
Spike planted.
Enemy.
Shadows traveling.
Bro, this is botting ah.
Last player standing.
Jis, anjir. Aim gua ke badan.
Last round before the switch.
Use everything you have. We lose it anyway.
Need a drop.
Pure.
Cover going out.
Spike down A.
Nice. Chamber.
Shadows traveling.
Hey.
Coming.
Two elbow.
Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining.
Go, Omen.
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted.
A. Reloading. There.
Omen, you check elbow.
30 seconds left.
Only 40.
It ends. Shadows traveling.
Switching sides.
Nice.
These new friends of ours are not too
Yeah.
friendly.
No, the spike.
Spike.
Oh,
Her, bro.
man.
No.
Bro, just report this guy, bro. This guy is just botting, man.
Okay.
Leaving AFK and just...
What are you doing?
Anjir, masa aku main segame doang kayak gini, bro. Busuk anjir. Badanmu.
Enemy mid.
Enemy spotted A.
Together, from mid. Let's go. 2A. Deadlock. Yeah.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
We just need to kill him. Yeah, block here. Okay, wait for me.
Here. City.
Spawn.
Nice!
Good job.
Go get the spike.
Let's go.
Let's go! Woo!
Bro, fuck it, bro. I'm being fun. Party.
I am everywhere.
Oh, B man.
2B.
Wait, chamber. Tap fang.
Ready?
Man, you
Ready?
can set smoke.
Wait, chamber. Come.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1,
We fight
smoke.
together.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted B.
Good set.
I cover you.
Phoenix kill.
Spike planted.
Market.
Don't push.
Blocking sight.
Two here.
Enemy spotted B.
See ya.
Stealing sight.
Spotted B.
One enemy
Go.
remaining.
City. Get my
Nice!
handle, Omen.
Where?
Handle,
Here?
buddy.
Just
Oh!
let them try to catch me.
Oh, you
Oh,
throw.
it's okay.
I want to get this.
Here.
No, it's okay. Just gonna buy.
Está bien. I'm
Jalankan anjir masih duitnya.
No prisoners.
Oh man, you can smoke here and here. Okay. Fast.
Together. 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
Smoke.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling. Spike planted.
Let's save. Chamber trap. Sure.
Blocking sight.
Chamber trap.
Blocking sight.
One city.
Reloading.
I win again.
Tolong banget.
One more.
Last player standing.
Damn.
Sorry.
Anjir.
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough, yes?
Need a drop.
Play slow.
I'm gonna fake B.
Oh, 2B. 1A.
Here.
1 mid. โอ้ย nice ครบมิด
One more mid.
Someone B.
ครบมิด
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
ตัวว่ามิดเดี๋ยวลองมาเทีย
Three souls. Blind fools. I have the spike.
เดี๋ยวลองโอดิ
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Flanking.
10 seconds left.
Spike planted. See nothing.
Hey,
Let's go.
That was incredible, Reyna. And they call me the monster. I need this. Thank you.
Yeah. Play slow, kid.
โอเค
Joke's over! You're dead!
Here.
Having to find you. There.
Hey, itu dia.
Enemy spotted me.
Phoenix B.
Guys,
Bring them down.
Stealing sight.
Go away, go away. Yeah.
Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
Bring them down.
Blocking sight. Oi! I'm pissed!
โลย้อนโล
spike down A.
You.
One flank.
One side, one flank.
someone grab the spike.
Yeah, just wait.
Ailing. Phoenix, ailing.
One here.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy
Watch
spotted.
out.
Inside.
Double B. Nice.
Nice.
Conquer now.
It seems these
Kandang,
strangers want me
kandang.
dead. Yeah, they're not so first.
Anyone feeling generous? Teşekkürler. Thank you.
Go B.
Yeah, play slow. They like the pushing.
Chamber. Wake up.
Step.
Here.
Oh shit. They lock B. Go away.
Enemy spotted me.
Mid.
There.
There's a more.
Cover
Yeah,
going out.
dream, go.
Cover going out.
Yeah. Omen. Come. I cover you.
2 mid still.
Spike planted.
Got him.
No
Two
smoke,
flank.
No smoke.
One down.
All three flank, no CT.
Last player standing.
My turn.
Oh, ayaw ko kung nababadan mo ya.
Sorry.
It's okay, good try.
Ya, eto kalau itu catnya masih berkunjung, gue masih kangen.
One dream ends, another begins.
traveling.
Neon out.
Blinding.
Feeling sight. There.
Back up.
My territory, my rules.
Night.
Two backside.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding. Saving.
Frustrating anjir main game.
Cannot play rush. Just play slow.
Time to work.
They are so dead.
Defend.
Watch this.
I'll find you.
I have the spike.
No shot.
Enemy spotted mid.
Come here.
Cover going out.
Dropping spike. I have the spike.
They lock low 100.
Weapon here. Ah be abi.
Go B.
One city.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy down.
Nice.
My ult is ready.
Call mid.
Spike planted. Reloading.
Pump here.
Two CT.
Dilepas nih.
Last player standing.
You got ult. Yeah, just ulting. Okay.
Nightmare, take them!
Marked one. One enemy remaining.
Nanti.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
Chamber ini penthouse.
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
Leave, bro.
Keep up.
I can.
Bring them down.
Cutting their
I'll find you.
Stealing sight. Cover going out.
Stay down.
Shadows traveling.
Hopping. Finish block.
Bring them down.
Mau dibakar bro. No smoke. 15 seconds smoke.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
One here.
City. Dead. City.
planted.
City. Last city.
Shadows traveling.
Here.
Neon say
Shooting
out.
up.
Neon say out.
Enemy mid.
He's low. Find him.
Go outside. Oh man.
Go kill him.
Cover going out.
He's 100.
TNT bro.
It's okay.
Wind. Show me where to go.
Still got money.
Hey, penthouse 15 again. Penthouse 15 sama. Ini. Ini 15 penthouse.
Does anyone have funds?
Merci.
Hey,
Does anyone have funds?
You have spike, jet. Come.
I have the spike.
Can you duck in duck?
Nice.
Still in sight.
One elbow.
Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
Wait up. Okay. Go.
I'll find you.
In the smoke. Kill him, nice.
Reloading.
Spike
Wait.
planted.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Oh shit.
Joke's over! My dead!
Last player standing.
Give in.
One enemy remaining.
Hidup lagi.
Match point.
Dreams are a funny thing. One little twist, and it all turns dark.
Rush A.
Let's fly.
Nice.
Blinding.
You should duck, yeah? Hello?
Bring them down.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Find you.
Nowhere to run!
One CT.
Oh, one city.
Spike planted.
One man.
Last player
Ya
standing.
Allah, itu dia.
Yeah. Waiting your team, I think.
Udah ngebet.
Flawless.
FK.
Defenders win.
My rules.
Anjir, paling bawah gua. Mulai belum ya?
Full time. No one can play it who was born in the continent. So it's feeling good.
The same players. So one of these two teams, I mean, this game will be very important for one of these organizations who also do compete in other games at EWC. RRQ's got teams in other games. They want to at least make it through the group stage here, and this first win is going to be super important, especially when you're staring down the barrel of an EDG, I believe, on the other side of things, or maybe a BBL. That's going to be potentially the harder game compared to this first one, in my opinion.
Coach is getting us fired up on the 100 Thieves side. Athena, it is your turn. Who is this beautiful man with the blonde hair in the front?
Beautiful man with the blonde hair I didn't get to see, but I'm looking at, oh, you're talking about Cryo.
Of course.
You like the little blonde
Of
streak
course,
in there.
he's getting fired up for EWC.
Dude, Cryo for me is one of the players to watch. Maybe the player to watch for this roster. There's so many hard hitters, but he's consistently been really good. Always fragging out, being really phenomenal on the Senti role, especially when he switches over to that chamber. When they've done that, they've done a really good job at enabling him, making him take that space, being aggressive with his operator, and he's held held the lines for his team. But of course, the rest of the roster, they're all so good. I'm looking at Vora as the IGL, and I think he's absolutely phenomenal. And then Asuna as well, who's been on this roster for
I wanted to ask you about
long.
that, because I started with Valorant as a caster, and Asuna was in all of the games, right? He was the
Thank
star.
you.
You would watch him on Raze, Bind, he would just blow you apart. Is he still the star fragger? Is he the one to lead the team when it comes to kills?
So he's not the star fragger right now. Timatino is the duelist. That being said, Asuna has been the best flex player, I think, in all of Americas right now. He's been playing Sage, he's been playing Neon, he's been playing Phoenix. He's literally been doing so good with the double duelist, and he can definitely get up there with the frags. I feel like towards the end of stage 1, that's when he really started performing.
Uh-oh, I'm a little worried about some jet lag setting in. How you feeling about your Pacific crew? Okay.
Most cool, collected player. I don't think I've ever seen him raise his voice above a 5. And I think on the other side of things to Cryo, stylistically, they play very similarly. These are two players that have played the duelists, that have played Jet in the past. They flex onto Chamber and Sentinel at times. They like to play a slower play style. I described Jemkin when they won stage 1 as kind of like the Terminator. Like he's always coming for you.
He's recharging
his
right
time,
now.
but he's not necessarily. But he's very dangerous if he catches up to you, and he's going to take things at his own pace. And I think that really is very much his style. He's a very dangerous player when he's able to activate.
We've got our players ready to go. We are just moments away from kicking off map 1. And reminder, it is not best of ones. We've increased the prize pool by $750,000, and we've increased your match length by at least 1 map. Let's talk about the distance. Will we get to a game 3? And Athena, walk me through how we're getting to game number 1. What map did they choose?
I mean, this makes sense. We have the map veto. RRQ did ban Split, which makes a lot of sense against 100 Thieves. They've had a lot of success with that Sage comp, but then 100 Thieves has followed up, banning that Lotus, leaving RRQ with that first pick. They did pick Ascent, which I want to know your thoughts on that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, it's a map that they've dabbled in for quite some time across various different metas with mixed success. So we'll see how it's going to go for them. I think these vetoes between international teams that don't play each other from different regions are always very tricky territory. I even remember going in as a coach to an international event and thinking, I've just got my best 3 maps in the veto, got like 13-6, 2-0'd, you know? Like sometimes you have a certain read that you have a very good comfortability on a certain map. You look at how the other team plays in their region, but you lack the context for the regional strengths of some of the other teams and how they might be performing. So we'll see how the Ascent picks goes for them. We're getting into the agent select for that particular map here. Is this kind of what you were expecting on the defense here for 100 Thieves?
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Asuna has been phenomenal on this Phoenix. We actually haven't seen them play that much Ascent yet when it came to it. So kind of interesting. I could have expected a Sage. Knowing Asuna, he's had a lot of these opportunities just as insert that Sage into it. But the Phoenix makes a lot of sense. The double duelist for this team has genuinely been phenomenal. And I'm really excited to see Timatino on the Jet being able to take that space. I think this comp is pretty standard, pretty meta. So it makes a lot of sense. But on the other side, I see a Sage and a Veto.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, they like to, you know, get a little bit tricky sometimes. That'll be an interesting one to see as they go through their attack side here. It is naturally going to be a bit of a slower comp. You don't have as much kind of punching power as something like a Phoenix. It's going to be a little bit harder to work the map. You know, you're working in towards A main or B or taking mid. A lot of the time, a blaze wall and a curveball goes a long way to making progress, but RRQ is just a comp full of a bunch of guys with guns. There's going to have to be a little bit more contacting, and they're going to have to get much more value out of something like a drone.
Yeah, I think it's kind of ironic that they're picking Sage against the Asuna Sage. That's been the one that's coming up with a lot of these walls. I don't know if you
they're thinking about that. I don't think they care about that.
Do you not remember on Corrode when Asuna did the boost into that tiny little hole and everyone started doing it?
Yep.
I'm
Full
just saying,
started doing that.
he's the first Sage. He's got that unlocked. So it's kind of interesting to see. But again, starting on attack, it's kind of rough with that.
I mean, it's always going to be rough. That is the age-old thing with Ascent. In a lot of metas, a very defensive side of map. I think if you're playing a double duelist mirror, that's a different story. But that's not going to be the case here for RRQ. Might be a little bit harder for them to get going on the attack. Hopefully they can try to win the pistol, try to get in with a couple of good gun rounds, and then when they flip over to the defense, maybe they'll be a little bit more comfortable. I think it's interesting that Jovi is the coach of RRQ here, though, and at least he has a little bit more insight and knowledge into how some of these American teams perform, because he's been over there in that region. He might be watching it a little bit more actively than some other people in Pacific. So I'm kind of hoping that that's going to give him a good read on what 100 Thieves likes to do.
Yeah, we didn't even get the chance to talk about Jovi earlier on, but he's been absolutely phenomenal. I've actually worked with him personally on a personal level on FlightQuest when he he was in charge of that Game Changers roster, and he's so good at understanding the fundamentals of the game and making sure he's communicating that to his team. He's also really good at anti-stratting, and that's what I'm scared of, because knowing how 100 Thieves play, they are very creative, but you can anti-strat them at the end of the day. And I think too, for me, when I'm looking at the Phoenix, when I'm looking at the Jet, it is kind of scary when they do switch over and switch sides, trying to get attack anywhere on either side of the map with that Sage, with that Veto. You're gonna have to bait out so much util before you're able to actually be able to do something.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it can be a little bit troublesome to be attacking into these heavy senti comps, but that's where Ascent, I mean, you're going to have to be able to keep the defense honest. You're going to have to be working those main controls and be able to have many threats on the map, forcing out the Sage wall, breaking that a little bit, doing the double pumps against the Veto. That's probably what RRQ has to have in mind, but that's where this man on your screen comes into the equation. Crazy Guy, very much one of the best callers in Pacific. It's really just a question of whether he has the best read at the time. Can run into a bit of a brick wall at times, but very, very good mid-rounder, and especially if a team like RRQ goes down a lot of rounds, particularly starting out on this attack, I might be concerned for someone like Zan. This is a rookie player coming into an international event. He does not have a whole lot of experience. He has played at Ascension and things like that at the past within the APAC region. But at an international event, we haven't seen this player. He's going to be debuting in replacing Mon yet. But in general, RRQ, a very, very good team when they're behind. A lot of tenacity to be able to make some comebacks and things like that.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because on the other side of the roster, other side of the stage, you have Bang, who has done a really good job and been in charge of one of the reasons why 100 Thieves has had a good championship run, or at least has won some sort of trophy. Bang was on that roster during that iteration.
Yeah.
And so you have this veteran of Bang who's been genuinely one of the best clutchers and so far one of the best controller anchors I've seen in Americas too.
Yep.
This roster, it's so confusing to me when I'm thinking about their group stage run, when I'm thinking about how they performed in Americas, because on paper, individuals, they're so good. Everyone's so phenomenal at their role, and I just haven't seen them perform the way that I've wanted
I
to.
think it's a similar story for both of these teams, actually. Like, both of these teams are reasonably stacked. Yeah, there's some question marks in some of the roles or in certain matchups and things like that. But, you know, I'm looking at 100 Thieves placements. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th, things like that. I'm looking at RRQ. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th. They just can't seem to get into the top couple. That can sometimes be where you're running into a brick wall playing the very best teams, or where you're running into a team that's on a really, really good run of form. I think we had that in both Pacific and Americas. You guys had Furia in kickoff go on a crazy run. We had Nongshim go on a crazy run. So sometimes you just run into a team that's really hot, and sometimes you just run into one of the old staples that always makes top 3s and goes to international events.
Well, speaking of Furia, 100 Thieves actually beat Furia 2-0 and then moved on to beat Loud 3-0 in order to qualify for this event, which goes to show how crazy Americas is right now, where you never know who's going to win. That, and when I'm thinking of a team like MIBR, it's the same thing. Both these teams have so much potential, so much firepower. They've proven it time and time again, but they haven't been able to put up the results to show that. They haven't made it to an international. And I think for this team of 100 Thieves, when you're up against Leviathan, Crew, you have G2, NRG, MIBR. It's kind of really hard, but this is the time to kind of cement yourself and show yourself as a pillar of the Americas.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see RRQ take on an Americas team. I feel like at most international events, I'm used to seeing them play an EMEA. I feel like they've played Fnatic like 500 times, so I'm hoping this is going to give them a little bit of a different flavor, something a little bit different at the start of this group stage, because I think both of these teams, although there's no kind of easy team in this group, in my opinion, I think both of these teams will see this opening matchup and be happy of it, looking at the other side of the bracket and seeing EDG versus BBL. Both of those teams are going to be a nightmare to play. EDG's on a hot streak coming back off the back of London, and BBL is no pushover either. We already saw them earlier on in the opening Masters event of this year do quite well for themselves, have a nice little run over in EMEA. Unfortunately, Foot kind of eclipsed them a little bit this time around, but these Turkish rosters, you really just cannot take them for granted.
Yeah, I'm really looking at these players. I'm obviously a little bit biased here, but for me, my prediction Personally, my prediction is that 100 Thieves is going to run away with this, but they're not going to take it easy. I think I'm looking kind of at a 2-1 here, personally, especially looking at the maps.
Yeah, I kind of feel like 100 Thieves is probably the favorite here as well. RRQ is a hard team to root for at the best of times.
Damn, you're not even loyal
domestically,
to your teams.
they are very, very good. Internationally, they always struggle, and I've watched all of their games internationally. It has caused me great pain.
At least they've made it to international.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And we can have a conversation about maybe if 100 Thieves would have done a little bit better or not. Been a while since we saw 100 Thieves win Americas. For RRQ, at least, you could only need to go back a couple of stages, and they've also already taken a title for themselves. So, look, maybe they're not necessarily making it into the top couple. Part of that is down to, you know, T1 Super Team, Nongshim going on a little bit of run. Paper X is always just good. It's a hard, you know, tussle to make it into the top couple of Pacific. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Looking at these maps, at least. So we've got Ascent first. That is RRQ's pick. Then 100 Thieves. They've gone and picked Breeze, which I'm actually surprised about. I don't know how you feel about this, but seeing that RRQ hasn't had the best of success on Breeze, and seeing that 100 Thieves has done phenomenal, essentially, every time they've played Breeze, I'm really surprised that they let that through.
I think that Breeze is going to be a bit of a false dichotomy for 100 Thieves, in my opinion. I think that RRQ, the whispers are that RRQ has been very good on Breeze. In some of the officials, maybe it hasn't gone their way. In Kickoff in particular, they were the team in the upper bracket game, and they lost 3 best-of-5s in a row to be kicked out of Kickoff and not make it to the opening Masters tournament of this year. And they lost every time on Breeze. Since then, they have kind of mixed things up. I like the fact that they're kind of playing the KO Harbor comp at the moment. I think it allows them to mid-round quite nicely. I like the way that they play the KO. So I think it is quite a good map for them. I want to see if they rejig things a little bit, though, in terms of their comp in particular when we head through onto Breeze, because previously they did have Monyet playing the Harbor. He was okay on it, a little bit up and down, but Zan mixed into this roster is definitely a Neon guy, and Jemkin is not a Neon guy. He kind of just fills Neon when they need to. So I'm wondering which one of those two things is going to take priority, or whether they'll...
Dude, I would love a double duelist matchup. KO was also really, really good in Americas, but they've switched over to that Phoenix, to that Jet. I don't know if they're going to keep that essentially today, but from what I've seen, it's where they found their success. They're so good at those aggressive plays. They're really good at setting up a lot of these little mini trap plays and denying a lot of the map control, because even on their defensive side, they've taken a lot of that map control. When I'm thinking towards that A main, they're using their resources there to be able to fight, to be able to push back the other team and not make it easy. But moving on to that third map, we have the Haven, which is the decider, which for me, you're smiling right now. Tell me what you're thinking.
I mean, it's just stock standard RRQ, really. It's just like dead in the middle of the map pool. I think this is a lot of vetoes, to be honest. I swear to God, Haven is a third map decider in like every second veto at the moment. It's because it's just been in the map pool for such a long time. So I don't think that RRQ are going to be particularly happy or sad that the third map is Haven. I think they're just totally fine with it, and it's just going to be down to the better team that wins at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think both teams just pretty solid for that.
I think RRQ is very happy with this veto, if I was to guess. I think the Ascent is a bit of a question mark pick for me, but they're always a little bit funky with their pick. I think that the Breeze stats are a little bit misleading. I think RRQ is going to be a little bit better than you would expect to be on Breeze, but we'll see. The stats don't look great, but I'm telling you, I watched and casted most of those games recently. What's the filter on that, by the way? How many months are we talking about?
This is Stage 1 and Masters.
Stage 1 and Masters.
Okay, does not include the EWC qualifier, so there is a little bit of data missing.
The thing is, though, if you add a kickoff to that, those stats will get worse.
Kickoff doesn't count.
Those stats will get worse, though.
Wait, really?
They lost 3 in a row in kickoff. Oh, boy. So, look, Xfero, you can see he's locked in. He's ready for this game. He is very much meditating for himself and getting ready for this series, as are we. But we're going to take a little bit of a break, allow him to have a rest, and we'll be back with map 1 of 100 Thieves and RRQ right after this.
Sorry, I was like,
masih belum main juga nih.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like, it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like, I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially, like, I am playing the French org. For me, like, it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like, I think has been a chance for me, because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like, if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like, yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know, like, I'm trying to stay humble, like, work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know, I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first Casey, and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against Casey fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
In last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
Brienne's on 78 HP! He did the ultimate on so much crashes!
The trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well. Especially, you know, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean, this year, many boys not in our roster. I mean, Obviously, I would have liked to play with my brother, but it's, you know, esports, it's competitions. Koshmaris and Winnibo are very similar in terms of playstyle. Of course, we have differences, but I think as a team, we're very similar to last year.
I think there's a lot of good teams here, but we're here to defend our title. We're gonna try as hard as possible, and teams will remember the form that we were in last year, and hopefully we can replicate it this year.
We're here to defend the title, and good luck to the teams trying to take it from us.
All right, we're back from the break here at the Esports World Cup 2026, kicking off with Valorant. Just running through a couple little teething issues here on the stage before we kick off RRQ versus 100 Thieves. The start here of Group A, I believe it is, on the B stream. Got a little bit of a banger game. Of course, Americas versus Pacific and Americas versus Pacific on the cast. Whichever one of us will perform better or worse will get replaced later.
Yep,
it's definitely
that's
not
how
already
it works.
decided.
Yeah, no, it's not decided on rotation. We actually, whoever performs, not only do they have to get off the cast if you lose, you also have to just leave and leave Paris completely. So it's kind of insane.
I'm packing as many croissants into my suitcase as I can. They're pretty light. I can get a lot in there.
True. You squish them up, make a nice little stack.
That probably ruins it.
Yeah,
There's
it
someone
ruined the
who's done
croissant.
that, and I'm sure a lot of French people are mad about it.
Definitely. But while we're talking about French, we're going to be talking about Paris, because this has been such a beautiful city to host this event in so far. And again, just to reiterate, the prize pool, $2 million prize pool, first place going home with a big chunk of that money. They've increased the money. They've made it BO3 matches at the beginning. And so this is a huge event that we're here for, and we're so excited for, especially with this matchup today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a bit more of a condensed format last year. This year, they definitely are starting to flesh things out a little bit more. As mentioned before, the best of threes is going to be huge for the players. I think it's going to allow them and the teams to really shine. You mentioned the vetoes and things like that, but also just getting more reps at an international event. I mean, I'm from Oceania, so I'm used to going to an international event, or at least supporting a team at an international event. Being the 16th seed,
Okay,
you
humble
verse
brag.
the first seed, and you get banged in a best of one, and then you go home for 20-30 hours. So sometimes that's how it be. At this event, not the case. You get to play at least one best of three, multiple best of threes. You've got the GSL format, upper lower bracket. We're not playing round robin or any of that nonsense. And we're just going to go and send 2 teams from each groups into the playoffs.
Yep. Sounds great to me. And for those of you that are just jumping in, it is 100 Thieves versus RRQ on this stream. And we've talked a lot about both these teams, talking about how they're both powerhouses in their own way, and a little bit about the vetoes. And while we're just getting things started here, I wanted to talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that I would have wanted to talk about 100 Thieves? But they've been so
Pop off,
phenomenal. But I don't know. That caught me off guard. I don't know how you feel about this, but for 100 Thieves, for me, they've been one of the most creative teams that we've seen in Americas. I say this even starting in kickoff when they had the waylay. The way that Timatino was being set up to use that waylay was really well done, and I feel like I didn't see that many teams abuse it in the way that they did. They ended up using that waylay to get a lot of that information, but be able to refrag back and be able to go really quick into another direction, just completely catch the other team off guard. Obviously, waylay no longer that good in this meta, but I'm excited to see what they can kind of bring to the table here, if they've made any changes to their comps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on the side of RRQ, you know, they tend to like to keep it pretty vanilla. Of course, they have their own flavor of things that they like to do. We have already seen...
As they've just picked Sage and Vito on Ascent.
Pacific is a wild place, okay? I know
You
in America...
can't say that in the same
in America's they go, oh my god, they changed one agent. Wow,
Yeah,
this is
that's a
really
big
creative.
deal.
In Pacific, we're picking 3 to 5 duelists sometimes.
We go on strat roulette and we Spin a
So
wheel for
yeah,
DULU.
I mean RRQ. The thing is, RRQ stylistically would probably be considered a bit more of a vanilla team because I think a lot of people who don't watch the region might regard Pacific as like every team just runs it down. RRQ definitely plays a lot more like a European or an American team. They play a slower pace. They mid-round a lot.
Yeah.
They don't just play 30-second, site exec simulator. They definitely do kind of work the map a little bit. They try to be a bit clever with the calling. They try to have some decent amount of prep. Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting thing to kind of be tackling stylistically against a team like 100 Thieves. And I think in general, that's kind of my own opinion about why sometimes RRQ might struggle at internationals because they often try to play, like they're playing a team like Fnatic and they're like playing a slower style. And it's like, we're just kind of doing what you're doing, but maybe a little worse sometimes. Although they have had some very close maps. But in Pacific, I mean, they very much are the team where they do like to slow down the mid-rounding a little bit more. They do like to mix up the pacing as opposed to some of the other teams that are a bit quicker. Your Paper X's, your full sensors, things like that. They like to send it a bit more.
Yeah, I think for 100 Thieves, they've definitely done a good job at balancing both those things. Being able to play somewhat aggressive when they need to be, especially when you're looking at how they were playing versus Loud, which Loud is known to be super phenomenal with their fragging power. Players like Luke Show just going out there, trying to get as many picks as possible, but 100 Thieves were able to shut that down. They're so good at being able to play back when they need to, being able to just be aggressive, and maybe running it down is the strat to do. They've done such a good job, and a really big props to Vora because his IGLing, his mid-round has been phenomenal as well. I feel like he's really driven this team to success, and for me, when I'm looking at the coach and IGL synergy, Vora and his coach have been so good at understanding each other, building these playbooks, building these strats, having such a deep map pool, but seeing that in the server, nobody's actually lost or confused or overwhelmed with what they want to do. So I think for me, from 100 Thieves, that's why I keep talking about their creativity. It goes way beyond through and through the relationships, not just in the server, but also outside of it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of overlap, honestly. If you just discuss both of these teams and say what their strengths and weaknesses are, you talk about having a strong mid-round caller, you talk about having a bit of a slower paced, maybe baity at times star player that likes to just let the game come to them, evolving a core gradually, incrementally over time. I think that's the same thing for RRQ. They've had a certain core of players. Xfer has been around since literally the inception of Pacific franchising as the centerpiece of RRQ. Then you had Jemkin, you had Crazy Guy come in a little bit more recently than that. Similar to 100 Thieves, you've got some players that have been around since the very beginning, and they've kind of incrementally built the roster around them over time, changing in one or two players at a time over seasons until they end up with their current iteration. So I think both of these teams, as mentioned before, maybe falling a little shy of some international qualifications. This event is a good opportunity to prove themselves against the global field.
Yeah, and as much as 100 Thieves have these veterans, you've talked about the globals, you've talked about the stages. This is the first time that 100 Thieves, at least this iteration of the roster, has gone to a global, has played on a global stage. So I'm really interested to see how they face up to that. Is there going to be a shift in mentality? Is there going to be a little bit more pressure? I'm looking at a player like Timotino, who's just come up from challengers into this roster. This has been his first time in the VCT. This has been his first roster, and he's performed absolutely phenomenally. It took him a little bit of time to warm up at the beginning of kickoff, but he's done such a good job. He's blossomed into a very well-rounded duelist player, someone who does his job really well, pulling those crosshairs, not necessarily constantly fragging out, but being able to do that job, get the movement in there, open up and make the space for the rest of his team. So I'm still it's honestly still a question mark for me how they're going to perform. If I'm thinking of the VCT Americas 100 Thieves, then 100% I understand where they are. I know who they are. I've seen them play. They're so phenomenal. But when it's moving to a different style, it's kind of going to be interesting to see how they do on the global stage. But that being said, we still have a couple more things to work on. And before we jump into the game, we're going to go into a quick break.
Break lagi. Lama amat.
conceive this, made with Envato without a production budget, and you can do the same. As a video
And after a decent season 8, when it comes to the A site, much more rare to attempt it here, leaving Rose embedded as well, at least trades out Concon. If he's not there and instead is in front of that jet, it's a different game altogether. But keeping the numbers like that, buying a little bit of time, and then winning their fights when it came to it. Also a very lucky spam by Loida, but that's neither here nor there. 4-2 for BBL. It is a good start to their defensive side, considering the 2 rounds EDG have been extremely dominant.
Oh, they love this C pressure. And I like the adaptation from BBL to put Larocque there. He wants to try and fight them on it. Utility being sent out to clear him, and he's taken a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in! The Stinger, enough for Concon to find the opener, and already Gianni has managed to add another. This C-site execute, once they've got into position, is doing so much work in terms of damage. And once again, the players on the other side of the map, I was going to say, really don't have a choice but to save. However, right now, I feel like Lover's Rock is looking for the classic, I got 1 kill, so, you know, that means I did damage. Bro, you've gone up rare, leave. You can't leave now.
He doesn't have the choice.
He could have before, but he can't now.
Have to stand his ground. The good thing is they don't know he's here, and it looks like they're going to slip right past him. So for now, at least, if he continues flying under the radar, perhaps he'll get to keep it. He's not going for a ninja, surely. It won't work. Not with sign. Oh my god, he is. He's trying it. He's going to try it.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think he's got time, and no one's close by enough. It's going to be a spam from Sign. Has he got it? It's so close! No way!
Oh my
Lover's Rock steals the round away!
He's just on a 1v5! I can't believe we just
Ninja
seen someone 1v5 Ninja Defuse on the first map of the tournament. I can't believe it.
Even as he was running towards the site, I didn't believe that's what he was doing, and they all left, Tom! Why did they all leave? The Vice Flash doesn't give you info. They just left him. Oh, what a disaster. Well, somehow this man's sticking around for 1 extra kill's giving him the round. 5-2 we go.
You can't blame me for not expecting him to do that. That's utter madness. And well, there's the 1 extra kill. It's at the beginning of the next round. Nice work from Gianni on the trade, but again, some weaker weaponry in play here. Obviously, it's kept through from the last round. I can't believe they didn't leave 1 Stinger player behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went down, but
I can't believe he won that, man. I can't believe he went for it even. Even just that was crazy, but EDG have got to be kicking themselves. Then you come into this round, a man down already. BBL changing up their Vice setup constantly, and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A site. Left these players isolated.
And now EDG are calling the freeze. They've waited for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and finally they'll make a move. But BBL have waited as well. They are still sat in position.
Yeah.
Of course they don't expect LAROC to be stood there with the Vice wall covering his back. He doesn't care. They've left C completely open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble, and it's paying off for now.
A pretty hefty advantage. But the second he tries to enter this site will trip the wall, and even then it seems like there were players watching it. Instead, they've reaggressed, looked to try and push behind, finding that there's nobody towards C side of the map. We'll gift them a plant. A little bit gambly, but when you're in a 2 versus 4 situation, you have to try and take that risk. However, the full force of the defenders will be there in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that door swings open and they're already on their way. Showstopper popped. LAROC searching, has found his target. It's an easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu tears them apart, at least for the first 2. But it's back to winning ways for BBL. They're continuing on this crusade, 6-2. What should have been at least a fight back from EDG guaranteed. This game has become much more one-sided. Of one little mistake.
There you go. The diffuse delayed so they can get the operator. It has been having impact. Those early picks coming through from Lovers Rock have definitely been causing them issues. I do like the fact that we're seeing both Jenny and Kankan at times really look to put the pressure onto that operator. But it has been problematic to try and deal with. Either way, 6-2. The attack now have themselves to buy. Of course, they've got plenty of credits to play with. They lost a round with 5 players alive. That is a rare occurrence. It's whether or not they can start putting the rounds on the board. And again, they go towards the C side. And this time, Lovers Rock is on that side of the map.
It's the same setup we've seen. Having the C's nade, having the op looking for the opening pick. EDG fell to this with ease last time. Bit more of a fight now, though. Good trade back, and they've taken Lovers Rock. The C side's wide open. They can run in. The smoke in their way shouldn't delay them by much. Still with nobody having a dog to clear that out, but they decide not to put it through. And in the time wasted, Krevins covered that gap. Look at the TP, though, by Loida. It's huge. They're clearing it. They think he's here, but dealing with him is another story. Chichu, well, he found 2 to close out the last round before he died. This time it would be enough. Take it across the line. He's going to use his ult just to be safe in grabbing that spike.
Yeah, it might even work as bait, though. Because you're going to almost have assumed that he had it already. It's a very, very long rotation back from Loiter. Time will be ticking. Chichu's had an opportunity to reposition. I think the only problem he might have is starting to doubt where his opponent would be coming from. You go, okay, but why is he taking so long? Has he gone all the way in towards our spawn? Has he gone all the way around the back? He's sat in the corner, basically just trying to cover off as many angles as possible. Timing ticking away now for Loiter, and in the end for Chichu, it's all too easy. 3 kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
Yeah, a big clutch for Chichu. A much-needed round for EDG as well, as we said, after losing that 5v1 Ninja Diffuse. I genuinely can't I can't remember the last time I saw a Ninja successfully found. I think in the last year we got like
1v5.
one attempt.
Not in a 1v5.
Not in a 1v5,
No.
Absolutely not.
Never.
And then you think about, I'm including regional games in that. Then you go to an international stage against a team like this.
Yeah.
That is not the kind of mistake that happens at this caliber.
No. Crazy stuff already happening for the economy. A little bit rough. Well, for Gianni, the showstopper has worked out this time, and the wraparound looking to come in from behind. The ult trying to pad the gap, and well, Kankan ends up with 2. Loiter ending up wallbanged. Kreven decides he doesn't want to face into the Kankan operator, and honestly, that's okay. I don't think many people do.
Yeah, you start an eco or low buy round, a little bit of aggression, sure, but once you meet that operator, it's time to turn. Nice attempt by Rose to play sneaky beaky like, but he's been caught, and now all onto Kreven. Guardian got the weapon for the job, at least. Already the first 1 tap under his belt, but Signed puts an end to that. 6-4 now EDG with a chance to equalize still at the halftime.
Yeah, it was looking like, especially after the 1v5, potential for BBL to run away with this half, but that potential is slowly slipping away from them. Of course, on a regional standpoint, EDG are normally incredible on that attack side, so I'm interested to see if they're going to have that same sort of caliber on the defense. We've only seen them play the defense, really, versus DRG, who they lost to both times. But of course, it's hard to doubt these players even without. Nonetheless, then we're going to see this early aggressive start from LAROC. And actually, he's going to continue his pushing, but it's almost worked out as bait for Loiter.
Oh, it's a great paranoia. Chinchu on a tear these last few rounds. He's found LAROC. But EDG back into a workable position. Rose is going to cover in the corner, tucking on the left. There's a wall in front of him and some thorns to his left. It might draw the eye of the rest of the squad, but they won't see anyone fighting them as they go through. They're suspicious, but Rose lands 2 in a row. A quick double to Spike. To wait till that wall comes down.
Hello.
They can retrieve it, but not without a fight. Rose is still guarding it in that corner, and he'll catch Con for 7. The lead locked in for halftime.
I'm very surprised that Rose got as much done from that corner. Normally I expect that to be a one and done. Of course, EDG were focusing more on the timing of getting over the wall, and because of that, they walk through. One's looking his way, the other's obviously clearing the other angle. That player doesn't hit, he gets 2 for 1. It worked out wonderfully for the IGL of BBL. They now look to come out with an 8-4 half. Of course, 7-5 with a pistol and second round under their belt. It's kind of what's expected. But either way, Operator waiting for Con. He knows that a player is likely already crossed. It's Rose currently holding the Operator, allowing Lover's Rock to get aggressive and now peeking into a double of players. All going to be baited. But instead, they go back towards the C site, which as of right now is completely open. It does look like BBL is setting up for the retake, though.
Yeah, that it does. I mean, they've got 4 players having pushed up on A. Yeah. A lot of space taken there. The whole idea is to just fight this outside, this attacker side of the map. And the idea from EDG is to do the exact opposite. They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn, taking that as a nice foothold. Seekers go out and tell them where to look. 1 player towards water. That's going to be nobody. Searching for the kill, trying to make this uncomfortable for that player. Oh, and now the thorns, the ult going through. No more thorns, sorry, for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to slow down this, so BBL going to run straight through, already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand, and now Signed and Chinchu have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off, and the defuse can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke, the best that it gets, but they found him. Rose is down, 4 for Chinchu, and Signed is there to close it out. It will be 7-5 at the half. The lead for BBL, but EDG not that far behind.
No, another great round coming out from Chinchu. I think you can put at least 2 or 3.
The last 5 rounds, he's on fire.
Yeah, you can put at least a few down to him individually. Or just even the spam through the smoke, making sure they couldn't even get it to half. I think at that point, Loiter already knew that round was over. 7-5, a decent recovery, especially when you consider there was a 1v5 ninja defuse in the mix and you didn't win the pistol. I think that's not too bad for EDG.
Yeah, you know, often we talk about the pistol rounds in a situation like this, 7-5. You're like, oh, the pistol made the difference here. That's what gave you the leg up. No, the 1v5. The 1v5 ninja defuse is what gave you the leg up there. That's tough. But for BBL, the lead by 2 indeed. It's something to work with, but I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. Mistakes from EDG allowing that ninja defuse through, that's a flash in the pan. I think this team is only going to get better and better as the tournament goes on as well. And that's always the effect that we see when you have a coach coming in to stand in. You think about Zeiss. Yes, he was great when he stood in for KC the first time around, but as the days went on, as the weeks went on, he started to grow more and more into that position. The team identity looked better, started to feel how to call in the game, and the team knew how to play around him as well. And that's exactly what I expect to see here for EDG, that Signed will become more and more integrated into this roster over games. That on-stage experience is vital for any top-tier player. And so he's coming in here with these guys. I don't just mean on-stage experience as a player. I mean with your team, right?
Yeah, of course.
And he's coming in here with a chance to build that day by day, already looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's also fun as well when you do have like a coach in the mix, because you can have those additional inputs that you might normally have to call a tactical pause for. So it can give you additional value. Of course, what you lose is Smoggy, who's an insane player. So it definitely, I'm not going to say it's a full positive. I think there's some pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game. And of course, you still have crazy caliber players like Chichu, who's just popping off at the moment. And going into the defensive side, we'll have to wait and see what they have on offer. As said, when it comes to their regional victories, it's normally the attack side where they shine. But a lot of the time, they dominate that first half so much that we don't actually see that much of their defensive side. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. He's 17-8, by the way.
Like, genuinely, it's the last 5 rounds, excluding one. I remember he got like a 2K out of 4, then a 2K clutch, and a 4K to close it out as well. Chichu's having a game, man. 7-5, though. Pistol round underway, and it's BBL on the attack. Lee said we're going to get a glimpse here at EDG on the defense, and it is 4 players towards C, 2 baiting that initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one baiting it, dashing back and then leaving nobody embedded for the late round. I like this idea, and it does look like BBL are late going to fill into that space, but they're going to open the door, and that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door. And that has caused a problem for nobody. They're all around him. He's going to be taken down, but the trade's at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah.
Great paranoia.
He did pretty well there, getting out of that with a kill and then setting up Chichu, who, I'll be honest, he doesn't need much setting up. He's just managed to right-click a guy down to 8 HP through half of the bullets hitting the wall.
Yeah.
That's how the classic works. There you go. That's all you need.
I was thinking that. I was like, I'm pretty sure the wall ate most of those shots. I just saw his health bar disappear. Like, oh.
Well, look at the control, though. Kraven's managed to get them into the A side. The thing I like from EDG, though, they've grouped up. Bar one player. That one player's Kankan. I'll allow it.
Safe enough pair of hands if he's on his own. Yeah, I'll certainly be believing in him. Plant coming through for BBL. A man down and a lot of HP missing on Loida. He's going to try to be the snake in the grass, and I don't think they saw his pistol. There's a jump scare for Signed. But they're still hunting him down. Jenny, as reliable as he's been, it seems like Lloyd has hit another level in this pistol round. Already 3 kills under his belt, but he might need to do more. Kraven's the only one left on his team alongside him, but never mind. Holding the site proves easy. For the Vice, it is now 8 on the board for BBL, and an injection of rounds in this early half could make this a very dangerous series for EDG.
Yeah, that's both pistols under their belts as well, and I agree with you. I thought that Loiter would be dead to rights. The fact he gets 2 while on 8 HP, that's the defining part of the round. If he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer in onto the remaining players of BBL. Instead, it gives Kraven a lot more of an opportunity to isolate some of those fights. 8-5. Lead extended. Come on. Lover's Rock with a sniper back in his hands. What more do you need?
Lover's Rock with a sniper. Nobody, the sniper being the outlaw, but nobody even having shields. Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have shields.
Well, technically, I said nobody has shields. So
exactly.
I'm incorrect because I said I would have said nobody does have shields, but I meant no player on the defensive side has shields.
Come on. Try harder.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I thought he had a shield beside his name, and it definitely wasn't the fact that his name is Nobody, and it's an annoyance. Something, someone, and nobody. God damn it. Well,
sound like a hater.
It should be the cleanup, but the weapon he comes up against is a sniper on the other side, and in the hands of Kankan, it's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
Looking to come in on that flank position, but it does seem like the attackers have now sort of realized that. Rose so blind, but again, a corner unchecked. I think he's got almost all of his kills from corners unchecked so far. He got 3 from one corner.
Yeah.
That's a 4th. I think he may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Kankan in the back from the corner on C long, so he actually did get all of his kills from corners.
There you go.
Incredible.
He's just hiding in corners the entire time. An easy cleanup for BBL, though, and now is where we basically need to see the break back from the side of EDG. Of course, there this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in. It's not a map that we've seen them play too much recently. In fact, too much might be an understatement. We haven't seen them play at all.
Yeah, there's something poetic about seeing the IGL only getting kills from positions of outplay.
Hey, you gotta be ratty sometimes.
I do like that. It's kind of how he should be playing. Well, for BBL, double digits if they can take this round. They've invested decently. 3 rifles, a Guardian, which is another rifle. I say rifles, I mean these ones. The big boys. Van close, not good for nobody. Caught pulling it out, and Loida gets an easy opener. The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course, Chichu not going quiet just yet.
Good nade, but the cover equally as good.
Yeah, with 4 HP.
Nice shot already. Onto Kankan as well. Leaves just 2 standing.
Dave call already.
Yeah, there's not really much of a choice. Now, it's interesting the position of that Vice Wall for Signed. It feels like they're leaving him boxed in on his own setup. Again, that's quite a common thing to do with a stand-in. The problem is, one of the normal positions for that wall is on B, so that you know that somebody's walked through. It's fine to not do that if you're very aware of the gap. I think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap. That can't happen again.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest. Rose has come down to the spike. Well, he was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that's surprising. You had the 1v5 ninja diffuse earlier. You have this round as well where BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
And Lorok's giving them a round of applause.
Of course he is. Of course he is. I haven't seen them stand up all too much so far, but hey, there's plenty more room
seats
to the
are so
series.
comfy.
Exactly. There you go. Sponsor's gonna love that one. That was a great hit. We've planned out a few of these for the day, so don't you worry.
Definitely.
What's next on the script? Well, 10-5, BBL in a very good position right now. They come into this. We spoke about it, EDG favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to blame on the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy in some of the rounds. We still need to see them wake up. Very low buy as well in this one. Chichu, understandably, is the man with the rifle. That's it. That's the other problem. That wall's getting tripped for free. Once that door goes up, and it looks like BBL definitely posturing for this A hit. They've allowed EDG to know it. All the info there for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the Bay. They're ready for Kankan's push. Again, he might be a bit more of a surprise. The flash. Oh, no! Signed. Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Again, he has his nade primed. Again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment, Chichu, with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Signed. He's got himself an additional weapon, but there's Lover's Rock. 2 quick shots. But they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest. And that allows for that rotation all the way back to the other side of the map and a post plant.
Oh, Lover's Rock almost getting caught. But he's on the right agent for it. Quickly able to slip away. Back to the C site. They know the Outlaw is lurking around, and for Signed, that's a big problem. For Chichu, not so much, at least for now. Ult's going to be put into play from the shadows. He sat in the backside, spots 1, maybe even 2. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida as the same himself. Lover's Rock wraps around. They double swing, take Sign down, and leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot. Time against him. And a shot landed by Loida confirms it. A big lead for BBL. And honestly, I'm surprised to not see like a pause coming through from EDG, even just to settle the nerves.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those games where you're just kind of going like, okay, let's go with the flow. Let's learn a little bit of our own weaknesses, but also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a lot of the mistakes have been a little bit more blatant, like gaps being left and things that I don't think you'd necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed. Chichu, though, still having an insane game. He's being matched, at least by 1 or 2. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but they are just waiting on the other side. to try and catch them out. Lover's Rock, he's already taken quite a bit of damage. A push in towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. Tries to TP away. And again, look at the space that's already been claimed.
Nice shot by Concon. But we need another to pull them back into this round. The other problem being with plenty of members to this attacking side, they don't need to worry all too much about rotating that player through, about moving Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Signed has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through. But when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah.
Right in the nick of time as well.
I think that obviously Signed great work on the timing on the flank, but the big player in this round is Concon. Because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lover's Rock to even look in that direction, but then he starts baiting for his teammate. Because eventually someone's going to look behind. But if you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time. And that's the moment that gives the Signed the opportunity to strike. 11-6. A break back after 4 in a row. But is it the first of many or a blip?
Oh, LaRock having no look when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4, damage done to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease, miles away, and the showstopper lands for damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2, no room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now Signed and Chichu, 1 away from the ult on Loida. He can run, take the orb outside C, and then plant with ease. This has turned into a much more dangerous round.
There's the orb. It does seem like this has been thought of, though. Look at Chichu. Chichu is so ahead of the game. He's so ahead of it. He's so ahead of it. He knows exactly what's coming. He's going to be waiting for his opponent the second he goes with a plan. You thought he had a big brain play, Loiter, but Chichu's brain is even bigger. Was there way before anyone would have expected it.
I almost don't care who wins this. I feel like Chichu's MVP. The guy's just been putting in a shift, man. So many impressive rounds across this map. He's kept them in it. And this would have been a very flat first half, if not for him, and it would have been a game over. Although absolutely anyone watching the 1v5 defuse would have canceled that. But 4 rounds left to go. The gap's starting to narrow a little bit again. But the thing is, in the back of my mind, it is any moment that BBL can answer up. It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with pistols.
Couple of ults here and there to play with as well, but very situational ones. And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless. You know, get rid of one of LaRock's weapons, but Kankan's push already gets an open. Chichu, very open ground, had a high-low, but
nice.
It ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been sent through, and in quick succession, both players pick up a kill. Nobody's been bottom of the team so far, but they need him to win this one.
Crapped up, got Rose. But the first kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, LaRock caught in the corner and caught by nobody. It's been a rough map for this guy so far, but the win now fills his sails. Again, a necessary clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this. And yes, it should have been an easy round. They had pistols, yada yada. I don't care. For nobody, that's the round he needs. A clutch to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely a little bit more shaky after you full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end. And well, you mentioned timeouts earlier. It's going to be BBL taking one. 3 rounds in the lead, but feeling the pressure. And I think they know, as we talked about in this group in general, you're playing up against EDG with a stand-in. Still a tough opponent, but I don't think any of the opponents look any easier on paper. Like a full force RRQ, 100 Thieves. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not they can get this one over the line. Because if it slips and then you go into an ascent where, hey, your opponents have picked it after not playing it. You can't have prepped anything going into that map. You start to feel pressure.
And for BBL, we already mentioned it, winning this map, having Ascent up next. It could set them up to knock this out of the park 2-0 to avoid that sunset in the end. Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there, or how high up the power creep can go as we get later into this series. But I see the fist bumps from BBL, their timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into the game. We said lights out for Chichu. Looks like Lloyd is matching his performance as well. Certainly had his fair share of rounds, but for Chichu, it's that underdog story. It's because they're behind and he's been the one fighting back in for them. And on this team, that's bloody impressive.
Well, even after 3 rounds in a row, it's going to be an operator with no shields coming into this round for Kankan. So definitely a little bit more vulnerable. Okay. See you later, LaRock.
All because of that clutch, you know? Wouldn't have had the confidence to spray otherwise.
Most people would have thought that nobody was there. But not nobody. Kankan in position. Waiting. Had a teammate to support, but in this case, with an advantage already, he's just going to fall back.
Another pick for Kankan. This time the trade is there. It's Rose. Quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass, striking when they least expect it. Leaves it all onto Kreven. 4 to find. The first doesn't come too easy. He's left on 5 HP, and that nade is hunting him down. He stands reasonably close to it, and okay. He's alive. The smoke fades. A player up top. Good flash! And now a 1v1. Surely not for Kreven. But the spike is down. And Jenny is protecting it. One away from a showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round instead. Kreven playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kreven, it's been so long, he doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
A single bullet needs to be a headshot. Jenny will be there to close the round. It is close to an all-time clutch for Kreven with 5 HP, but it is still the streak of rounds going. Now again, it's incredibly costly for EDG. They were already on the back burner just getting an operator into the round. You see why they got the operator, because of how fast Kankan is. The snake in the grass this time flips to the other side with Jenny. Having another big round on the Rays. Of course, as I said, we've seen him on Duelist in the past, but it's him swapping back to it for this. He's looking fairly comfortable.
Yeah, good work by Jenny. Just sat in the corner. Shame that there was no utility for Kreven to make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side. But for LaRock, that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny, not liking the odds of taking this round. Showstopper goes through and he finds LaRock. How? I don't know how he survived, got his weapon out, landed the shot, and now BBL, okay. They'll recover the rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny. But the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
Weaponry. Oh. Dissipating. A heal onto Jenny as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated, and the other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kreven is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player there. Now for Kreven, he's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of Kankan. That operator still in hand. And for Rose, well, he's not been having the best of games individually. Might get one for free. The second player could be a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly where Kankan is. Knowing and doing anything about it is a very different story.
Yeah, well, this is a team in the form of VDG that looked completely deactivated. They were making so many basic mistakes going through that first half, even a little bit here. But we always knew it's a matter of time before they wake up. I was starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a series. But it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing down, and another timeout, the second for BBL being called, and quite quick succession as well, as they're finding no answers to what EDG are putting out.
I feel like we're getting early spoilers of sort of what I was talking about in the next map, where it's like, oh, why would they go towards the center? It's like, well, if you can have Kankan with an operator on the defensive side, he might just kill everyone. And that's kind of what he started to do, like lightning fast reactions on the operator. And then you still have the likes of Chichu up the top of the board. Jenny started to wake up. We know that they have so much individual talent that even if a piece of their puzzle has been removed, the stand-in at times might not even have to do too much. And right now, well, what's that? 2 pauses in 3 rounds, 2 rounds. Like, you
Three,
could
I
see that BBL are really feeling that pressure. And you have to start to fear that if you let this map slip away from such a massive advantage, I don't know if the next one's even going to be remotely close. I think it is. It's within 2, right? Because they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, and took another pause.
2,
so
yeah.
I think it is literally 2
you might be
pauses
right.
in 3 rounds.
Round 22. A 1-round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back into the game. Second win, but it's Con to fall right away. LaRox had no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark. Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage, though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. And he's hot on his tail. The classic trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with 1, but still a man advantage for BBL. And now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must-win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home. Signed, the stand-in, the coach in a 1v4, and with the credits desperately low. Not today.
Now listen, maybe he'll be a replacement on the main roster if he wins this one. You can see him already leaving to the other side of the map, fleeing for the save. 12 for BBL. At long last, it felt like an inevitability 6 rounds ago, and yet it has been a good streak from EDG.
But that's not recreatable at all. Like, you can't
That
use
was a big ult, Tom.
3 high-impact ults in 1 round. And okay, sure, LaRock got the opening anyway, but the showstopper definitely helped get rid of Chichu. And okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden didn't really do anything other than slow 1 player down at least a little bit. But it has also put the economy on the back burner a little bit for EDG. No operator on their side. In fact, it's Lovers Rock. Now, they do have a Blade Storm. That's going to help, but there are definitely pieces missing here and there. And an immediate 4-player aggression. Con 1 for 1. The nade won't quite kill off Loiter. And after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response from the attack to go back the other way.
Con's dealt with. Chichu still alive, and with the TP as well. He can move to this A site if noise is heard, but Sign not yet getting the read. And the push coming his way. Now a lot of utilities making its way in. And in a moment's time, you're going to see Lovers Rock looking for that opening on the up for Sign. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to walk into it. Oh, no! Lovers Rock walks into him. Great shot from everybody on EDG. They have shut down that push. The danger averted. 12-11. We're going the distance no matter what.
Yeah, so I mentioned it. You get rid of the ultimates. And that round, even the last one might have not gone their way. And that is not how they would have hoped for that one to go. The individual stepping up. As said, Signed 12-14 right now. He's holding his own within the server. A man that was playing in the Ascension system last year. So as said, it's not like he is way out there of a player who's not ready to jump into the server, but it's still a lot of pressure going up against BBL. Some of the best aimers you'll ever see, and while they're going to try and play off that now, Lovers Rock immediately with an opener. The trades were going their way, but they're Signed. He's now leveled up 14-14. At OT, well, it almost feels inevitable at this stage.
Loida might be able to get some work done, but nobody is sneaking up on his left, and he has no idea. Great shot from nobody, and with Signed on a 3K overtime, locked in EDG. They, like, I can't stress enough how out of this game they looked at a certain point. The mistakes they were making were unforgivable. Like, for BBL, I could see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate, shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side, and now that EDG have tightened up the game, it's looking a whole lot better.
I want to go the other way with it. BBL win both pistols. They win, I think, 2 rounds off of straight BS. And now they've gone to OT. This is a choke and a half. Like, they were handed the map. And now they are in overtime. Like, the pressure is severely on them. I don't think EDG could have given them anything more to take this game over the line. If they lose from here, I'm not going to lie, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, you come into a set then with a different mind frame than the quasi-advantage you might have thought of for BBL earlier, that hometown hero when it comes to the 82nd province of Turkey. But
You come in after a loss like this, and I'm not sure that matters at all. Confidence will take a knock. For EDG, a slow start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success for the defense, so they wait. And now, push comes to shove, and that was very dangerous. The spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with him. That's a bold play.
Can't go with an attack side operator. He really has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready and raring to trade him. Walk back, not going to be caught. EG have just completely paused. They have left their opponents with little to no information. The corner being flashed, by the way, just to make sure there's nobody there. Rhodes is already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant and an advantage extending even further, the lead looking like it's going to be taken. And who but Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate it, and it is all but over. 13 to 12 now. EDG, after being at an insane deficit, now
And even this defensive round, it doesn't have that same flair as what we saw in the first half. The pressure they were putting on in the extremities, the early fights that were going their way every time. And now, the shoe's on the other foot. It seems like EDG have the plot armor. They have managed to bounce back from a huge deficit and delete all of those silly little mistakes that were there. That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's also what you expect from a squad like this. As said, with this stand-in, I expect them to get better and better with every map under their belt. I didn't think it would be every half under their belt. A chance for 14 to close the map here and go on to a set. EDG's map pick, and often a hometown map for any Turkish team. Go in there after dealing a blow like this. That'll be a huge advantage. I think they just noticed he knifed the Prowler. It might be Concom with the op. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay, let's go the other way.
Diem ini. Komentator.
The attack side going to try and take back that space towards C. Kankan in position once again, and of course he doesn't miss the shot. Leaves them a man down, and the C site executes failing, but with the opener onto nobody, that definitely makes things a lot more interesting.
Masukin
The
gak
A
sih?
site is
Loi-
completely
Loika?
under their control. Before they'd had signed on that side of the map. This gives BBO a pretty good opportunity.
Plant coming through. Could it be onto Larocque, still 2 away from that showstopper after the plant. And look who's sneaking his way in. Chichu's gone for the spam. It looked like it was on for the start. Immediate swap from Kankan. He shoots, drops his weapon, and goes in for the fight, but that's not going to work. And with him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind, and a showstopper now online. The round is tied up in a neat bow. BBL not going to let this one slip just yet, and they'll get another chance at that defense.
Bisa muat lagi Bebel ya.
Continues. A much needed one as well. I feel like that resets this into an even playing field once again. I was just worried they were going to completely fall out of the map after it coming all the way back to overtime. But it seems like BBL still have some fight within them. No surprise that Kankan's invested back into that operator once again. The defenders looking to re-aggress towards that seaside, but Kankan is waiting. This time not missing the shot, but he has missed 2 players already on the walk-up.
Same space take from BBL, this time without the season play. A little bit of a different layer to hopefully allow them to push through to give Lovers Rock the chance to clean house. On the other side of the map is where EDG are focused. Spike outside A jump spot that they're hearing every couple of seconds, but they don't know about Rose. BBL are setting traps on each extremity. Finally, Lovers Rock has walked up. He's hearing the steps into B now. He knows the play, and they are none the wiser.
Yeah!
The shots to land. That was a huge play, perhaps round winning. The BBL are going to have to find something else to fight with.
They can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a flank. The paranoia is perfect, though. That's the advantage.
One tap.
Nobody waiting in position. Kreven, however, catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory. But still, Kankan and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot.
Yeah.
An uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side round coming out of the side for BBL.
Emot dong,
They need
emot
one
dong.
more attack side round, and they'll finally close out the map that they started.
Yeah, it
Emot
certainly
dong.
wouldn't be the
BBL.
blowout victory that it looked like. A complete
Lagi menang
mismatch
nih.
in that first half. But the same can be said when you look at EDG's play in the second.
Loaded
For
value.
BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was LaRock having a fantastic round, finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this left side of the map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. We could see that door swing open and an immediate challenge at the C site.
Swap up. Where we've seen Syme playing a nice shot from nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Jenny's just waiting on the cross. All too easy for those initial openers, and losing 2 personnel off rip. You almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for somebody over on the EDG side if they're going to turn this round back.
Oh yeah, they'd have to trade out the mistakes made by BBL.
Yeah, Keng.
You're just about going to
1
survive that
HP.
on 1 HP,
Okay, yeah, never mind.
Kankan goes
I was
back.
about to say, Kankan doesn't miss.
Yeah. No, he doesn't. He hit both shots. And now Signed, waiting on the side. Flash for him to swing as well. He doesn't swing. He plays it patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. Nobody now dropped it. Signed. Under pressure from that right side. The off of Lover's Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done, but whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there. 14-14. Another overtime needed.
Yeah, just bear in mind, guys, this is map 1 of the entire tournament. It feels like we could be in for the long haul here.
You have to wonder, though, how the hell did nobody get a kill and get out when 3 players were looking at him? What the hell were they thinking then? Shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think nobody's gone? And it wasn't even him. They've got
that was
another
what it is. They
teammate.
looked and they were like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
14-14. Kankan survives, but not been purchased up on the other side. Seeming like both teams have now found their rhythm, but only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL. Definitely feeling a little bit more tentative than what we'd seen so far in this map. Less fast-paced rounds, patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Kreven just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking a timing, spamming, and almost getting a kill.
A minute on the clock. And EDG still spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, dangers averted, but the problem is this bait setup. We saw it before from BBL. The jump spot's there from Loida. He
just
sees them and
swings.
hits the paranoia, but instead he swings out wide. Now goes down. Rose has to have a sensational performance. It's a bit shaky. Could have been 2, but 1 found. At least for BBL, it's just a 1-man disadvantage, and they've got the rotates in just in time. Lover's Rock and Kreven are here to hold the line. Early flank from LaRock, but Kankan just keeps ripping them to shreds. It's EDG with the lead again, and another chance to close this out.
It's just been getting better and better as the map goes on. Like I've been saying, it's a lot of the time it's been one and dones. This is him finding a player with a classic, walking into the site with an operator, finding another couple, and then closing it with a blade storm. The better this guy gets, the scarier things become. By the way, you remember when Chichu was like miles ahead at the top of the board? He's now third.
Kankan was 15-15. So he's had a little bit of an awakening.
Yeah.
A small amount. And it is scary to be in BBL's camp right now. The attack side having to be mounted again. That spam was decent. The Rock tagged up. No more bullets fired. He'll survive that engagement. Oh my god, Lover's Rock is going so fast. And he's got Chichu completely off guard. And another under Lover's Rock belt. How has he gotten away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third will be found. This one not quite caught off guard. And that makes it even more impressive. Kankan, yeah, he has had an awakening. But this might put him back to sleep. A 1v4 with an op. You gotta think he's got no chance.
Yeah, I'd say so. Doesn't even have the shields to play with, so can't even take the additional little bit of tickle damage. Like, I think he's just waiting to say, okay, surely someone gets greedy. Someone starts looking and hunting for an additional kill. They do not. He's still going to get one. Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just stat padding at this point, and eventually Lovers Rock will close out with a 4K. It's almost identical to the last round. A duelist with a 4K closing out the round, and we are about to head into round number 31. Map 1. The entirety of the tournament is going the distance. But eventually, or at least I hope, we do have to find a winner.
You'd think so. Well, Tom, we've had some long games in our past. We've had some lengthy affairs.
Yeah, BBL were one of them.
Yes, they
were.
were.
Not this iteration of it, but it was BBL. I'm hoping they're not going to do that again, especially with Ascent coming up next. The opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer, but we're going to see ourselves a timeout taken, a chance to talk through with the coaching staff once again. Of course, Key was pretty much trying to stem the bleeding all the way through that comeback from EDG, and he failed to do so. It's now whether or not he can find that little piece of magic. We've seen a lot of the attack side rounds, the sort of defaults into the pace he hits have been what has worked for either side. And with both star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, and we always talk about it, the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you got 30 kills or you got 2. If you can win an OT round for your team, that's all that matters at this stage. And well, thankfully we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is a decent spread with both IGLs clearly having to work overtime. And LaRock going into OT has bought a judge.
Naturally, and he's going to find success with it as well. Now, if Jenny hasn't just hit his desk, I think that's what I heard, then I'll be very surprised. That's an upsetting way to have the OT round kickoff right after the pause. EDG down a man, attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Krev, and he's stood up on top of the wall, and he's being spotted, but the blind was good in return. Krevin's found himself 2. Signs surrounded is dealt with, and BBL on 16.
Yeah, I think that might have actually been a coach adaptation. They've been walking into that smoke, tripping the wall. Sometimes you've had IGL Rose in that smoke, waiting for them to come through. They killed him. This time you just put a judge there. You walk into that smoke, you're dead to rights, and then they have the players ready and waiting. Solid paranoia coming through from Loiter as well to help out his teammate. And then Kreven just landing the shots as he always does. 16 to 15. As said, we've seen these constant back and forths. In fact, we're creating a parallel timeline at the moment, but that means this time we need a defensive round from EDG to keep this one going.
Well, Concon's been the one to find success, and again, he's walking about. Pushing up on B to start with the flash blinded, so he knows there's someone here. Instead of continuing, he will wait
he does
walk
miss.
in, but this one, an uncharacteristic miss in a very crucial round. He goes in for more and misses once more. This could be it. EDG have lost one big player, the top fragger on the server, down and out. Jenny tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lovers Rock finding sign seems to have sealed the deal. The A site, the plant on its way. And nobody in Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's had a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to do it again.
It's still so tough to break in on. Flash, ready and raring to go. On the other side of things, the walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind. Chichu made it past. Loiter's position, though. Are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box, trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peek? And that's what they've done. Chichu, once again, his opponent team. They're going to turn it back. The time looking like it's going to be enough as well. That is insanity from the side of EDG. How have they pulled back that 2v4?
I said it, and nobody's been there in the crucial moments, and Chichu, again and again, he is digging deep for this team. Everyone talks about Concon, and for good reason, but this guy's been the highlight. Look at him go.
He went quiet as well, though. That's the crazy thing. He had like 20, or was it 17 kills in the first half.
Yes.
Went missing for a bit and then goes, oh, you guys need me again. Cool.
It was like those last 5 rounds of the second half turned it up to another
Correct.
level
Mulai-mulai
to
nih,
keep
bro.
it alive, and he's done it again. Map point. And up against BBL going into Ascent. God, that could be series. But now, EDG, they get another chance at this attack side. Fight straight into C. They're wasting no time on this
Masih
run.
dapat loh.
And indeed, wasting bodies case Concon. He's found his first already. Rose doesn't catch the wraparound. Jenny's left on 7
Masih
HP
hidup itu si
somehow.
Price-nya.
Maybe it's Loiter's turn. Chi-Chu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it. And it's left all onto Lover's Rock. This is not the gun you want to have in this scenario. Well, nobody's there to close it out. Swings and roundabouts once again, the back and forth of this game. Guess what? EDG have another at point.
I can't believe Jenny just survived there. Rose was on his tail. Jenny was blinded up, looking the wrong way. Took a few shots, not even knowing from where. And ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows that should have been his kill, but also who knows this map is slipping away now. EDG 17-16. It's a matter of time before we see 2 in a row in the same overtime. I mean, 30 and 31 technically, but they were different OTs. You know what I mean. And for EDG, this could be it. They dealt with Concon early last time. And this time, another missed shot. But that was a harder one.
Oh, already. A much faster paced take, but it's a ruse. It's a bait. They're pushing them in towards Signed, who's ready and waiting, but already getting smoked off. Chi-Chu also with paranoia, but I think they are past it. A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post plant once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 4v5, sorry. And well, let's even things up once again.
That was what should have won them the round. Leaving Lover's Rock behind Rubble, but nobody cleared it. Nobody checked for it, and now they can make their way back to the site. Hard to find value with the operating crew, but he finds it in the choke points. With the rock down, it's Rose left, and not for long. EDG, they dug deep and delivered map number 1.
Go sleep, go sleep, go sleep.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody with an operator get that many kills with that position. It makes no sense that Concon is just able to sit there like a turret from above. And for BBL, this is a brutal defeat. You were so far in the lead, you took double pauses in the space of 3.
Gue main dulu segame kali. Terus gue main tiba-tiba mulai lagi RRQ-nya. Main aja kan? Game.
And after a decent...
He's on no anchor those sides. Not easy. I think no doubt they deserve that map.
Yeah, absolutely. It was towards the end of that first half where the score was heavily in favor of BBL. That Concon was like, what if I grab the operator? I know that the economy, of course, when you're losing so many rounds, it's very difficult to even think of like a tool that is so expensive but so effective in so many maps that we have seen across the entirety of Valorant, having that attack and operator that actually I think mentally got to bounce back, because we were talking about the teams being here and the stage getting loud. I have never, and I am from EMEA, heard Loita scream the way that he was screaming at them. The rest we see sometimes here and there, but Loita's kind of like a good boy, you know?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those highlights here, because again, the gameplay required the pop-offs that came out there, especially in overtime. EDG started getting loud, BBL started matching, and then every single round, especially that 2v4 later on, that was game-saving by EDG. And remember, this was BBL's map pick, and we talked about coming into it, the form of these two squads. Will BBL be able to stand up to EDG, who has been doing well lately? They come out on fire and just aren't able to close it on out as we take a look at some of the big moments.
I mean, we have to say it once again. ETG have a sub here. This isn't even their full strength roster, and they just won what seemed like an unwinnable map. The level of composure that they have is insane.
I also want to highlight Jenny. We were speaking about him going back on the duelist. Some of those showstoppers, I feel like we were seeing it every couple of rounds. Some of them were so impactful. The kills across the smokes, having those kind of preparations, they're so important right now. You know, you play the Phantom, you have to spam those smokes, especially the way the BBL were playing. Honestly, the highlight for me was the entirety of the match. I know that it was very of the map. I know that it was very long, you know, but I feel like everybody had their moments to shine. Like that clutch where Kreven was in, where he was 1 kill away from getting like I think it was a 1v4. Were absolutely insane rounds. And if the rest of the tournament is going to be like this, I mean, the bar is already incredibly high for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I think one thing that jumps out at me is the pause that was used in overtime, the timeout that was used in overtime by BBL to make the adjustment on the C push, where it's like, all right, we're going to sit back with the judge. You can see every single person, not just the players, the coaching staff as well, on point here, because it is so important in this group stage to work your way on out, get that first win.
Yeah, I can't believe this is map 1 of the tournament. This is the type of map that makes you love Valorant when you get into it. The tactics on both sides, the shooting, the individual brilliance of a lot of these players really just coming to shine. But I think now as we move towards Ascent, the question has to be for BBL. You have to find a way to reset here, because this should have been yours.
There is something very important that Tom was mentioning, and is the fact that, well, map 1 was long. If you are from EMEA, you know that Ascent and a Turkish team. It's a hell of a long map for that one, and especially considering that both Kankang and Lovers Rock are leaning so heavily into the operator. Really looking forward to see both approaches from the teams, because we did see BBL playing Ascent during the qualifiers, and we saw them playing with the Deadlock. I want to see if we're going to see that again, and most importantly, what is ETG going to be doing? Are we going to see something very vanilla, very boring? Probably because of the situation that they're in. Actually, that calls for both of them. Like, what would you do? Because you have experience coaching. Okay, so what would you do? Would you go for? Sorry, would you go for? Okay, we're gonna play it simple because we're playing with a sub, or let's go with something spicy. They're not gonna expect it.
You know that they got something spicy. I want to see them take risks here. This is game 1. You know, I think you have a little bit of time to experiment. It is that GSL format, and you're a map up, so you know, they can play that kind of pretty standard, boring comps. But I don't want to see that. The one thing I do want to see is Kankang on the jet. If he's on anything but the jet, I will storm that stage myself. And
what if it's a chamber?
Oh, okay. You've convinced. I can see chamber.
Would you be down? I know that it calls for a jet because it's Kankang. Like also like he holds everything. What about a cheeky Yoru?
No.
You lost me.
I think didn't we talk about it? The Yoru was one of the reasons why EDG started struggling a little bit. The meta moved away from that.
But that's exactly something that they're not going to expect. But you are right.
They won't expect it. We won't expect it.
Well, again, this is the 4th most played map here for EDG on Ascent. I feel for BBL because they had him on the ropes, right? You were just a couple of rounds away. You had so many in the pocket. They tried to call it a timeout at 11-8 to be like, hey, let's settle down. EDG's warming up a little bit, but we have so many rounds in the pocket from the first half. We should be able to close it out. What's the mentality of a squad like that who had success early on in the year and now are starting to struggle a little bit.
I mean, you got to find a way to not doubt yourself. We've seen the PRX players talk about this in the past. You got to have that short-term memory loss. You've got to have that goldfish memory. You got to be able to put these behind you because they know that they played well enough to win that game. It wasn't a question of the level of Valorant. It's a question of composure.
Right.
And we know, we've seen them have success over in EMEA. It's not like they're known to crumble. They just have to remind themselves that they are good enough. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of that stage. It doesn't matter that they're world champions. You're capable to win this game if you play the way you can.
I think that we can also think about how aggressive they were from the defense, especially here on Lotus, and how much are they going to learn about how that worked out, because that aggression on the defense that gave them so much, like even when they got a pick, sometimes the overheating was there, and they need to learn to get composure in those kind of situations, because also it translated to the attack, making a lot of unforced mistakes.
Yeah, well, we are underway here in Paris. The champions of China take the first map, but BBL will battle back here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC Valorant 2026. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And yet again, we're back. It's EDG 1-0 over BBL. EDG, the #1 seed from China, up against BBL, who started off on fire in EMEA. They qualify on in as the final seed. They lose their map #1. Now we head to Ascent, Kukuka.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one, also because of the bar that we were speaking about, that first Lotus set, but also because I think that they have to calm down. I know that the beginning was a little bit difficult because we have to wait and whatnot, and that might throw you off. They tried to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has adapted very, very quickly to the way that they want to play. And it's because they have a lot of experience. It is very difficult to throw something at EDG that they haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because, trust me, BBL can shoot, but eventually EDG will pick up.
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting. You see how they get themselves back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick, even though they've been banning it. But Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, you know, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Morgan, but this could be what we want, okay? So Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset!
Exactly!
That's what we want to see,
There's
people.
a plan. You need to plan. You need to plan. It's all here, guys. It's all here.
All right, let's head on over on stage as they are getting ready for Agent Select. As again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's going to be the hero for each team?
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks? Because I want to know what is going to happen with the sub situation and if they're going to, you know, playing in a different role.
That's true.
So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that I know that the one that didn't put up the numbers was Rose, but that is also the way that it is in EMEA, and he always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that he has, it's very easy to do something like that. To me, I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duo. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock because none of them is scared of the other.
Oh, definitely
and I think Lovers Rock started so hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator, and you see it slowly come to a stop as Kang begins to activate. For me on the side of BBL, if he's able to be consistent, he can do so much work for them, but he can't afford to fall off, or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to bounce back from a game where they just destroyed you, from a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor. Winning the 2 pistols, some crazy rounds, the ninja defuse, the ecos and whatnot. So let's see where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Agent Select coming through.
Oh, a chamber! Okay.
It's getting spicy for EDG.
And the
on that chamber. And I love the sage here.
I love this.
See, no, you asked me, Kakuka, do you want to see them play standard or do you want to see them get a little bit spicy with it? And they've done exactly that.
I love this.
But on the side of BBL...
on Sage, God. Okay. Seriously, I want this to be an absolute stomp from EDG. I cannot believe that I am saying it, but I want them to destroy right now with this composition. I want them to give them confidence to keep doing it throughout the tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough in this first half. They have to attack into Cypher Deadlock without much to really be able to burst through. Not a lot, no verticality. Only the Phoenix there as that solo duelist. So I think this first half is going to be crucial for that double senti of BBL to be able to build up some numbers, put a real stop to EDG.
Yeah, again, this is a Group A matchup, EDG and BBL, alongside RRQ and 100 Thieves, which will play later on. You want to get that great start here, and for EDG, they were on the back foot and showed the spirit of a champion, forcing that overtime time and time again, going to all 5 overtimes, 34 rounds, but get the job done in that last map on Lotus. Here, pulling out this composition that is exciting. It's changing things up. As you said, it's been banned. Ascent has been their ban, and now showing up with something new that maybe BBL won't be prepared for.
And it's also the change of roles, right? Like we saw Jenny going in the race on Lotus. Now he's on the Omen, and it's going to be Signed who is going to be going on that Phoenix. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have the chamber and whatnot, looking forward to what Cheech is going to be doing and how cheeky he's going to be getting with the Sage. Especially for them on the attack will be to force the players from BBL outside of the site, just play for that plan and then just play for the post-ban. If you are EDG, you have a lot of tools to try and delay them. I want to know, though, from that post-ban, how aggressive they're going to be.
All right, here we go. Already one map win here for China as a region. They only had 2 map wins overall all of last EWC. Let's see what happens here. We're going into Ascent, EDG, and BBL.
Alrighty, it's time to get into this map number 2, Tom. If the first one was anything to go by, well, it was, I think we might be in for a long day. But Kukuka says he wants to see a blowout for EDG. A one-sided affair from start to finish.
It's kind of mad that we have an EMEA traitor in the form of Big Time on the desk, and now Bayer's starting to do it too. I feel like there's a full conversion coming in, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot coming out, but it's Kankan already managing to get a couple of openers. Chichu finding another as well. We were worried about the entrying in towards the site, but it seems like Kankan has them covered in the pistol.
2. Rock and Lloyd up with it all to do, and well, for anyone that does want to see a blowout in favor of EDG, this is the start you're looking for. Look at Kankan already sneaking up behind. It could even be a knife kill being plated up, but said he's going to grab the easy one, confirm the kill, 3 under his belt already, and Larocque with it all to do. Should be impossible and proves to be 1-0 for EDG. And this pistol gives a lot of value to this EDG side. As you heard from Big Time earlier on, this first half is going to be crucial for BBL, playing the double Senti. Now, look, we've seen over time, and things do change as different metas evolve, but I think especially with Deadlock, that double Sentinel on the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. You're missing some pieces, sure, but when you do get onto the site, you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have to stop floods, to stop early aggression as well. So it definitely does still have its benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams. It's like you're going to, normally with a Phoenix, you'd expect it to be more attack-sided, but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also, you've got a Chamber and a Sage, both of which are always pretty deadly when it comes to that defensive side. Already, Kankan has managed to walk into their spawn. Now, of course, this is an eco round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collat. It's going to be a stronger weapon would have done the trick. Already, though, getting towards that tour de force, which is a pretty scary prospect, and another ult that's building up now is the run it back.
Of course, Kankan is the one to make that play, a weaker weapon in play in the form of Marshall. A very clean round for EDG, but I understand BBL in this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over, and often grouping up, taking that clump play is what works. Kankan really sealed the deal without any danger, exposing his teammates to any. Now, the formality out of the way. The first 2 rounds, a little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit plain. But now the spice comes into the mix. A bye for both teams and a strong 3rd round for EDG. I mean, this is a bonus, sure, but they have credits and they've got pretty much a full bye here. McConkon already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away. So for BBL, you need to be careful. That's a little over-aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with 1.
Yeah, had the dash available. That's going to be enough to allow him to escape, and now the contact. I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The spam damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing, and now you have that barrier mesh put into play. Even still, though, a hefty amount of damage done onto those couple of players that definitely makes things a little bit more uncomfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players into position. That's the other problem. Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make some noise. I think Larocque will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get you to peek, or to get you to rotate. Rose,
he has to get something.
There's 3 players on that catwalk. They're not even looking at him. It should be free, and he gets nothing.
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the kills, and because of that, they're going the other way. Now, the only danger is that they are a little low on time, but they're going to get past all the utility before that's a problem. And also, they've caught Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially with a lurking Kankan wrapping around the back and the re-swing as well. A nice attempt from Larocque, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Great read from EDG. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have ran with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack on a site that has a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a lost round for EDG, and a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead. A 3-0 start and a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up. And if this is clean as well...
A lot of credits, no ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them. So now they're built up for this round. And there you go. Run it back just to try and send it through some of that utility. Early pick coming in. Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreven's only going to get the one, even still trading back into a slightly more even scenario. The Bucky on the side, then they're just not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty. It's not a round I want to remember, but it is a round for EDG.
Yeah, I'm really glad they used that run it back to avoid any unnecessary damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round, because they didn't clear Kreven there. He should have even gotten more, and then Loida ends up landing a tag with the Bucky close range. This is very nearly a lost round, but hey, they had a lot of wiggle room to work with because they had a lot of credits built up. So the important thing for BBL there is, yes, they did damage. Yes, they kept the squad a bit more modest. But the downside is, EDG don't really care. They can come into this round with a full buy. They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well. So not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
Which one?
Exactly.
With him, it's all three. Oh. Larocque. Annihilation is available. But it's picking a time to use it that will be more important. He's definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top, then use the Annihilation, tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming forward, and Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner has also done incredible work. And although it's taken them a little bit of time to get going, this one will be clean.
And you can see why this comp is so strong on the defensive side, or why Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be a little easier, but pushing into this Senti comp should be tough. And here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher set up on B, you also have a push in B as well, and then that Deadlock utility not only helps on a main where they run out into a Sonic Sensor and get stunned, giving an easy tee-up for Loida to slam dunk at home, and then on short as well, you have the net going through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which also caught a player who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. For the defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off Larocque's setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like a much more direct take. Again, though, that sensor in an aggressive position and executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear Larocque. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage. And sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look at where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's 3 players ready and waiting for that res to come through, or for another body to come through that
and
choke
mid
point.
is covered as well with the operator.
No risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double Senti, not only do you have that Sentinel slowing you down on the A site, you have information for BBL. Nobody on the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plant, but that's why they've got this man around. Lover's Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
Been hitting one here could be enough.
12 seconds.
They also know that they're rotating this way. He still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of site, he can just ignore it or at least try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL. And this time, well, I'm a little happier to see that it was Lovers Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lovers Rock, not so much. He's been having a good day.
Well, there was a point, what, like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
yeah, and even when they were looking the other way, he still didn't get a kill.
I think it was about 50% conversion rate, so which includes going into the overtime, the run around onto Jenny. It's been a rough day for Rose.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind, back behind the front lines.
Yeah.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for this squad. And that's the thing, right? BBL have a lot to fall back on because he was the one that was discussed when they were going through that Ascension run through the Tier 2 that like, oh, all of these guys, the young guys on the team are going to be in BCT. Whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen. But people were like, oh, even if they make it, even if they get all the way through, Rose is going to be on the chopper block. He's old, he can't aim, and all these things. And then he showed us right away, even through that run, that wasn't what he was, that he had that extra gear to shift to. Yeah. Maybe we need to see that here today because it has been a slow day for him.
Yeah, I think as well. He's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats. I think if you're winning games, it's completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left, it was a devastating loss. But Lovers Rock, the man who replaced, quickly became a new member, an adopted version of that family. And the thing is, I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose in it. You'd have that firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good couple of rounds. Like, not just, okay, you're looking at the scoreline 4-2, you're saying that's not great. 2 rounds where 0 people have died on the defensive side. And that sets you up wonderfully for rebuys. If you want the operator, you can have the operator. And I think for EDG, it's going to be fairly important that they break back quite quickly. But this round, not looking too likely.
No, but I mean, Headhunters on Con-Con's basically an extra rifle every round. Raz online for Chichu might bring Con-Con back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
so your strategy is basically pass to Will. Pass to.
Oh. I don't know what that means.
Okay. No time to explain.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
No, it's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken to start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Previn to have that little backup to give them space to contain the walkout, although not through the alley, but playing this very, very slowly. Contact on B. B players now from the defense in that direction, but this wall's going to cause problems. When you no, it's not. In fact, it's going to cause problems for BBL. Oh, the Rock was walking up to it to have a little look.
Oh my, okay, maybe the pistols are actually a benefit rather than doing any damage. Con-Con with 2 Kreven. He's trying to save the day though. The problem though is if they can get the spike, they can leave. Oh, a res there, yeah, I was about to say, that would just be sending that player into the wolves instead. Space is being taken. Con-Con's retrieved the gun, the res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively, and he's been spotted, rotating in towards that A side, but being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
So no chances for the res in the end. Plant to come through. Con-Con goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split. An op on the retake as well. Lovers Rock will take his time, making his way through A main, hoping to catch an angle and find that shot with the op. His target right down below. It will be Con-Con in hell that he's searching for. The barrel's been spotted. He knows now that there's one there. Kreven's trying to pull them out into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lovers Rock there for both of the final kills, but a big round from Kreven gave them this chance.
Oh yeah, they should have been dead to rights. Was it 3 picks going the way of the attack side in quick succession? 2 for Con-Con. His lurk timing was perfect. Nobody then wins the fight, and then Kreven just turns the round on his head. Mr. Impact himself saving them once again, and oh, it's going to be at lead, slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG. Obviously, what we can say is it doesn't matter too much because we've seen what they can do in the second half on a, on a defensive side, but I'm sure after going that far into the lead, they will have wanted to at least look to try and convert the half.
Pausa técnica, mola. We'll be taking a breather, but what we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant, but I'm not too sure yet. He said
it's not about food. He knows nothing about food.
No, absolutely not. Although, ask that man about a fruit platter, and he'll tell you a thing or two.
He is an expert. He is a big fan of
intimately familiar with that.
Yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key? Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all three come off the back of those sentinels. Kreven, not so much with the utility.
I don't know,
no more him popping off.
It's a bit of a stretch.
But him playing the anchor is the reason that he's over there, even when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few players, he was still there.
What was the first blood of the round?
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out by their own utility and being shot in the head.
Oh, the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the other thing we got to talk about. You throw the wall there. Okay, maybe you're trying to clear the... There could be a guy in the corner. I mean, he's going to break the wall if he's there. He'll give that away in a moment. He's not going to sit there for 40 seconds. Why did he go walkabouts? Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw the wall, rotate. And now we've got info for a bit. But that was a different approach up against an eco. And I honestly think he got exactly what he deserved.
Well, for now at least, EDG do still hold onto the lead, but you're starting to see, as you were sort of alluding to, the terrifying prospect of what this composition can do on the defense, the awkwardness that it can create, and even just, again, like seeing that operator have impact from Lover's Rock, it makes me quite happy, because I think we talk about the pressure put onto players to perform immediately, and when Yoro was nerfed, it was clear that he had to sort of reinvent himself a little bit. He was one of the best, definitely within EMEA, maybe even the world, on that agent, and it became almost his character. Like, he had to keep going in that direction, and when it got nerfed to the point where it didn't have that same effect, he's had to change, and that has definitely taken some time. We saw some vulnerable, some weak performances when it came to the EMEA stage, but he started to get better towards the end, and I think we're seeing that now, leaning more, even more so into the operator, and especially on defensive sides, I think he's a force to be reckoned with.
Nice little angle as we saw the boys get ready to get back into the game. EDG setting their seats up, gave that same aura as like the Space Marines suiting up. And this could be a big battle for EDG. It's been a struggle up against this defensive side the last 3 rounds. A lot, oh my goodness. A lot of control for BBL in the passive plays. They've walked out with the operator. Lover's Rock finds one, and he's scot-free out of there. If he goes now, that's a beautiful start to this round when so much of it has been about sitting back and waiting.
No smokes.
Now they take it to them.
Okay, they got smokes again. Rez baited out, but no control gain. Normally you might send a player in, they get traded, res them, you have an advantage. In this case, no advantage whatsoever, other than the fact that you really need your smokes. And more so far, been a rough map for Gianni. He was looking very good in the previous. Oh, but this is a different task, and Loiter has gone walkabouts as well. This is almost becoming disrespectful from BBL. Walking up behind, Lover's Rock also then finds another pick. The remaining 2 are in some serious trouble. I think the net catching one, and LaRock finishing his prey.
A very different face after that timeout, the breather that we had a moment ago. Of course, it wasn't a strategic conversation with the coaches, but this is the read the players had. We want to play a little bit more aggressive, get back to how we like to play the game. And as I said, after finding 3 rounds in a row off the back of passive play, I don't think EDG saw that one coming. And after the first bit of aggression, I don't think they saw that second one coming. Nor should they have.
Is this, I can't remember if they took one in OT. Is this the first tactical pause we've actually seen from EDG?
They did take one in overtime.
Okay.
I believe.
In regulation,
oh, actually,
then.
it could have been because they get them back in OT, so it could have been BBL again.
Yeah,
You're right.
I think we didn't see
certain.
that one. We definitely saw like 2 from the BBL side.
During
but even when they were
regulation,
very
we saw
far
2,
down,
yeah.
I don't think EDG took a single one. But after losing 4 rounds in a row, I think it's also just the mana which they're losing them. Like losing picks to the operator, irritating, using a res to get it back, irritating, and then being full flanked, like a player managing to push all the way up A. That's a problem, and it seems like what's happening right now from the BBL side is they're doing a good job of disrupting whatever play the attackers want to make. Like, okay, you have a plan to do this, well, now you've lost a player, and you're trying to react to me rather than going in with your own plan. So we'll see if they're going to manage to fix that. Of course, again, weaponry is going to be a bit more of an issue in this round, and they don't have any ultimates to play with, bar if they can get an extra orb for signed.
Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
Well, barriers up again after the timeout. Round number 9. Someone set to take the lead. Lovers Rock. Not going to hit the shot to start with. It going back in. Flash. Well done for Sign to at least get them around that corner, but this madman is going in once more.
Too much.
Yeah, a little bit too
You're
much.
kind of
He's
fickle.
punished massively. This is it's against pistols. And now you're playing up close, Rose, and you're a madman. They've allowed a flank again. What is happening in this game? BBL need to tighten up the gameplay. They've done pushing on short against an eco. They're making every cardinal sin, every mistake in the book. 3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back online, and Jenny's probably about to just... Okay, pull her off to bed. Never mind. He's at least going to be dealt with, but still the advantage for the defense when they shouldn't have had anything to say about this round.
Oh, dear. See you later, Rose. And that leaves Kraven on this site alone, under serious pressure, being rounded on by the ultimate. He goes for the player behind, hoping that maybe the second fades. I don't mind his target selection, but I do mind just about everything else in the round.
I think he even realized, I'm going to get traded here no matter what. So I might as well kill the guy that won't come back.
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense. It's the right call. But yeah, this... I think just call a timeout if you're BDL. Because what the hell was that? You have... I can't believe a triple peak.
Well, also
not 3 players,
the third one.
3 peaks back to back.
Okay, I still don't like it, but if he was full HP and he goes for the third one, I'm like, that was silly.
But he had his dash on, so he was like,
he had 45 HP, I think, when he goes for that swing. I'm like, hey, you get body shot out of the round. Like that's crazy. To try and attempt it.
To then push short as a response after to also leave the space during that fight for a mid flank to then push short. It's actually the short push is probably just the right play in response to everything else. He just lost the fight.
Did he see the scope? No way. He did.
Okay. Well, that looked like a really cool play and a cool setup, but it hasn't worked.
He
Trading.
got the kill.
Jenny's just traded himself.
Oh no,
not so much. He'll be pulled back from what would have been the dead. In a 3 versus 2 setup. That was a crazy opening from BBL to go aggressive like that in B main. The Cloudburst blocking the op, and yet they find nothing for it except a disadvantage in the end. This time, early aggression favoring EDG. And now EDG just sitting back. They have the advantage. They have the spike. There's no need for them to overthink this. And as time ticks on, the chances of them walking into an open site or 3v1 continue to increase.
Plenty of time to play with. Like this. Kraven, though. The odds of you winning a 3v1 on the site, very low. Maybe not for him, but very low. Whereas grouping up, playing it together, that makes things at least a little bit more interesting. Steps will be heard. Rose at the back of the site. Teammate just eating for the push, and it seems like nobody was watching it, but do they still expect Rose to be here? They absolutely do not! And that's where the IGL could strike. Again, we talk about him getting kills when the players' backs are turned, but hey, he has to put himself in those positions.
Exactly. He keeps getting his way behind them, so you can't really fault the guy for it. A wild attempt here. Just doesn't work out, at least to start with, because BBL want B-main aggression for 2 reasons. 1, to kill them, to fight them. And 2, if they're not there, if they're close by, if they're in mid, they'll go scurry into the A site when they hear all that noise, and they'll go into not just your Cypher setup, but your Deadlock setup as well. They had both Sentinels positioned there with full utility online.
Let's play.
Instead, EDG met them on the push. Found success early on. That's a nasty little spam from Rose. You'll love to see it. The Phoenix down and out already. This is the only duelist that EDG have. We talked about their inability to get up and over some of these traps to get by them, and now your ability to fight through them massively nerfed.
Standoff. The tour de force available. EP just going towards the switch, but almost used as a bit of a bait. A lot of players are known to be here at this point. And it's the jump across. I like the attempt. Not quite quick enough.
And that's what gets him.
Nobody over the top. The wall has definitely been seen. They know that they're trying to play peekaboo around the window, but Pichu hasn't dropped off. He is still waiting just to see if he can find a pick.
Brock's just walled short. Going for the walk up on A main. It's no surprise the wall's there, and Concon's going to go exploring it.
Pichu goes again. It's like the 5th pick over the top of the wall. And Loiter was just sat there looking at the window like the whole round. Like, yeah, but I know you're up there.
Oh, they turned away at the wrong moment. Loiter's been caught with his knife out. The smoke up for Rose. If he walks through this, the timing could be crucial. Concon's being so patient. The trap thrown down. It's Rose's time to go, and there we go. Striking from behind again. Rose just keeps on doing it, man.
Crazy how many just backstab kills he's actually getting.
It's wild, bro.
Like, that was just well played. He hears the trap. He goes, okay, well, no one's going to be looking at this now, so I'm going to run through. But even if he died, there was enough time that his teammate would be able to deny the spike anyway.
It's the fact that he waited because he knows it has an activation time. So when you throw it down, you're often going to wait a second to be like, does anyone push? No, okay, I can go. And then he comes out just as it's activated. You even heard it. It started to tag him, and he stepped through the smoke and took his kill just in time. Great play by Rose. Smart player. And that's the thing. See him hit these heights quite often. For BBL, early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just posts on the angle. It should be good night and sweet dreams to Concon, and that it will be.
He's been the major danger. Teacher's gone a bit quiet. And a 7-5 half looking more and more likely from 4-0 down. This has been an impressive recovery. But as we stated at the beginning, BBL have struggled on the attack side of this map. It definitely won't be a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe just a little bit... if he'd lost that fight, I might have left. But nobody... Well, we saw a 1v5 earlier today. Unfortunately, he is on the attack. And he has 45 seconds.
Well, he expects them to push him. Out to any. Here, not really going to be beneficial to save at this point. You know, you keep the gun, you keep the credits, but then
the KD.
KD, yeah. Swap halves, and it doesn't really.
Go Perex.
KD does.
GG Mujib, GG Hasil Mumtaz. Tapi Perex belum main habis.
But there are 4 players
habis ini Perex
between nobody and the A side. And there will still be 4 players when he falls. 7-5 at the half. A big recovery from BBL indeed. But this is why when we saw those first, like the 3rd round especially, go the way of EDG, we're like, this is a danger. Because they've already built up a lot of runway. And with just a little bit more chiseling away, they've ended up in a pretty reasonable position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp, is going to be looked at in a positive light.
Yeah, I think it's more just the mana. Like, if you go, okay, you're going to get 5 rounds on your attack side with this composition, they go, yeah, all right, that's not too bad. I'll take it. If you go, you're going to win the first 4, and then from then onwards only get 1, maybe not so much. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed that they didn't at least level up at the half, but I think for the side of BBL, like, this is the bare minimum, but I've never really been convinced by their attack side. You look at them when they, even playing in the qualifier versus Na'Vi, a 9-3 defensive half, they then lose the attack 4-8, but that's enough to win the map 13-11. They did the same versus Heretics. You get a 9-3 defensive side half, and then you lose the next half 3-9, lose in overtime. So they're
Thieves is just playing off of noise. They have 3 clears towards the spawn here. Asuna still sitting in the spawn. They're just kind of playing off of that contact with the Omen Paranoia here ready.
Yep. Bunker smoke thrown out by Bang. Reacting to what is a drone. Dash on in for Jemkin to close the door. There's the paranoia in reaction, but that's a great scan onto Bang. Asuna flooding into the site. The rest of 100 Thieves ready to do so over on tree side as well. Xfero's waiting in the wings towards middle. Asuna finally finds his time, but Zan is well and truly ready for him, and now the spike starts to go down.
This post plan is going to be super important. Xfero getting the pick onto Timatino. Vora following up with Kaji, now 3v2, but they have the full site here, and they have hold of that tree garden area. That Vito just holding onto it. Cryo creeping up just a little bit. Vora trying to find anything, trying to get these picks, but RRQ is so good. Not giving it to them. Vora drops, gets the pick onto Zan, but Crazy Guy gets the pick onto Vora. Cryo all of a sudden in a 1v1 versus Crazy Guy.
A little bit of a jiggle from Crazy Guy. Cryo well aware of his position, but more time ticking off the spike. Juicy little right quick in on there from Crazy Guy, and he's able to close it out as well. Big pistol for RRQ, especially given the comp that they're playing. That's going to go a long way into helping them build some attacking side rounds.
Yeah, the story of the pistol rounds. The pistol rounds were so important in Masters London. Felt like whichever team was getting the positive end of those pistols were then snowballing so quick. And I think all these teams have such a good fundamental knowledge of how to snowball, making sure their economy is set, making sure that they're snowballing their ultimates as well, making sure they're not using them together at the same time and just staggering them over the round. So really important here for both of these teams. And we're starting just a nice little default anti-eco from RRQ, holding all the way back in mid, but walking up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is very vintage RRQ. For those that aren't Pacific enthusiasts, they are one of the slower teams inside of Pacific. They very much play more mid-round heavy than a lot of teams. I know a lot of people think the entire region is just running it down, but that's definitely not the case. As 100 Thieves playing that flood style in from spawn do take some B main control off the back of the dart. Jump spot not quite spotted out there by Xfero, but ready for the peek from Vora. Does give the opening kill to RRQ. He towards B main now. A couple of right clicks, but that's about it. One kill for Cryo, and the rest of 100 Thieves fall as it leaves it up to Bang here over on Catwalk.
Yeah, it was a really nice play, trying to bait out that pick, making sure they could hear the rush, and off of contact, they were just stacking that B main. That's kind of what you want to see when you're playing a comp with the double duelist, just kind of playing on top, making sure that they're going together, grouped up, using that flash for abilities. But of course, this is just a pistol round, so staying grouped is probably your best bet. But Bang here left in a 1v4, trying to get as many exits as possible, just to try to ruin the economy a little bit for the side of RRQ.
I just go down to the spike here. RRQ going to be very happy with this anti-eco, bringing through a lot of these rifles in towards the next gun round. And nice easy kill for Xfero. Barely needed to move his crosshair for the majority of that round, which is very, very much within his wheelhouse. He does like to play very slow, very sharp player, never puts a toe out of line. But time for 100 Thieves to show us what they're going to be doing here on their first gun round. So far, it's been 1-3-1s, quick flood kind of approach in from spawn, reacting to what RRQ's doing. But I'm waiting for the moment where they flip the switch and start contesting the mains a little bit more.
You say that, but it looks like they're actually going to be contesting the mid, that Cypher Cam going down. You have Timatino going to be playing off of that, playing off contact, just trying to break the drone. But RRQ, they've all grouped up towards this B main, slowly using that smoke towards mid just to put a little bit of pressure down. We're going to have Crazy Guy just holding, making sure no one is aggressing too fast. Looks like a little bit more of a contact play here towards that B main, perhaps farming the orb later on, and the drone comes out for this exec.
He does, looking for information. Dash into the trip here for Jemkin, who hasn't been taken out of the equation just yet. Nice entry from Xfero, and it's just Vora in the back of the site. Did tag up Xfero, able to finish him off. In comes the res from Crazy Guy, who's built up quite a lot of orbs, but Vora tucked in the bunker smoke in towards backside is buying a lot of time.
Yeah, really good hold from Vora. Timatino's able to get here too, get that pick, but Xfero and Zach getting those two picks. Bang, trying to jump on top, get a third for Xfero, and Asuna left in a 1v3. This is not good for 100 Thieves. Losing against this bonus round for RRQ is going to be really detrimental to their economy. Xfero just jiggling, drone tag onto Asuna. It's looking a little bit rough for him.
For sure. Can't find anything, being given nothing. Another jiggle here for Kushi, spots him out, maybe a little bit too wide. Now definitely has a chance with only 6 bullets in the Phantom, and Zan biding his time. He's just run out of bullets and probably run out of time, diving back out of the site.
Wah, gila banget. Lama banget Xfero keluarnya ya.
goes looking for Xfero. I didn't even hear how much time it ticked off the spike. That is an incredible clutch from Asuna to pick himself up a runner back and deny the bonus win for RRQ. That's going to be crushing for them.
RRQ was playing that so well. They just weren't giving him the peaks, but all of a sudden that jiggle peek back sight got caught off guard, and Asuna taking instantly whatever 1v1 he could get. Vora's, all right, doing such a good job of holding this site was the main reason why they could hold it down for so long. But of course, the Flood retake just wasn't there. RRQ punishing Cryo so early too on that site. Super cool to see them kind of pushing and making sure that bonus round works out for them, but still a lot of guns lost on the side of 100 Thieves.
That's just one of those rounds where you win the round, but economy-wise, you do not have the cash you need to reinvest into it. Xfero with the Outlaw in play, looking to potentially punish some players. Timotino with the dash active, looking for the headshot. Takes a chunk out of Crazy Guy, but allowing RRQ a little bit more space into middle now.
Cat slowly being taken by RRQ. They're going to use that drone to get as much information here. They're going to see Timotino on that, but it's not going to pull too many rotates for 100 Thieves. Again, Asuna playing that rotator role, constantly being in spawn. They're going to hear that stage wall. They're going to know it's a mid to B split.
The trip placement's been excellent. Once again, outside of market, Jemkin going to have a tough time getting in on the entry. Deals with it, but there's a big crossfire here for 100 Thieves. Regardless, RRQ looking to break through, run it back dealt with, and now they're going to get into the B site.
This is so crazy. Cushy getting the pick onto Bang instantly, just clearing around that corner. Asuna using as much util as possible to clear Timotino, trying to get a pick, but Xfero's going to shut that down, and Asuna's going to save the only gun that they have left. Man, that's an expensive round again for them, but they should be able to buy this next round for 100 Thieves. RRQ just doing so good, just staying together, sticking together, using those executes and making sure their util is all there for the retakes.
Yeah, I think they're pacing themselves very nicely. Work their way up middle in both of the anti-ecos. Sage roll towards top middle and just kick off a nice little mid to B. I think 100 Thieves were in pretty good positions, honestly. You could see all of the players that died there. Log, spawn side, they had all the right pieces where they needed them. The Phoenix was playing for the fast flood in through spawn side with the runner back active. Wonder if Asuna's going to be able to hold on to this gun. I thought he definitely should have been spotted there, but RRQ not quite ready for them. Zan, though, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is the rookie coming back in for RRQ. He is mechanically been very solid inside of Tier 2, and good reaction there onto Asuna. 100 Thieves now, though, back into another gun round. Unfortunately, without the run it back, as Asuna tries to throw it into the eco to have some impact, and doesn't really do much except take one gun away from RRQ.
Yeah, I think the gamble was definitely valid on his part, because we do have that Sova online just to kind of delay or make sure that for any post plants, they're able to retake clearing at least tree on A or being able to punish that B main. But really looking at players like Cryo and Bang here to step it up, because they're on these anchor sites. And again, Cryo playing really close, but they're going to hear 3 of these players. The Sova is going to be expended, not going to catch anyone, not even a single ounce of information for them as well. But all the players of RRQ are grouped up towards A.
Yeah, I'm not sure that 100 Thieves are necessarily reading this pacing super well for RRQ, because a lot of the time they have been hitting in the mid round. Yes, they did 1 or 2 rounds kind of grouped towards B main. But with the steps being made, baiting out the Sova, you're feeling a little bit sheepish as 100 Thieves now. RRQ just have the whole map. As soon as going looking for information, courtesy of the curveball. But they're really trying to look for a fight towards Catwalk here, it looks like.
The drone coming in, going to get some information. This is finally a good ounce of information for them, but Jemkin actually getting a peek onto Timotino on the other side of the map, but the execute is not going to go well. Bang! Beautiful hold on that spray, and now 1v4 all of a sudden for Jemkin. Really well played by 100 Thieves.
Paranoia catches him. Did find a kill on the lurk earlier, but yeah, that mid to A split didn't work particularly well for RRQ. Caught off guard is Jemkin, but the reactions are very fast so far. Would have been on for the ace, but Asuna wrapped around nicely through A main with that chokehold going down, as Xfero had already hit the deck, and 100 Thieves, a nice gun round put together, courtesy of, I feel like RRQ honestly trying to force the issue a little bit too much. That wasn't the cleanest spray in for Cushy. Big whiff in from the man. And both of those players over on A main side go down. They see 2 players on A, and as such, don't feel the need to check the corner in Catwalk, where Bang is just waiting in the wings.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit scary. The util, really good timing from 100 Thieves to re-clear, using that Phoenix flash towards the A main and then the drone towards mid. Kind of almost missed the timing, but worked out well for them. But now we're going into this round. Vito alone on this half of the map for RRQ, and they're walking up towards this cat again. get a pick with those knives from Jemkin. They're ahead because they have these pistols.
Yeah, not much invested in this round for RRQ. Eyes on Kushi and Jemkin to get some one-taps going for the squad. In goes the dart and the Phoenix Molly as one flash is returned from Asuna. Doesn't quite find the right timing he was looking for. Cryo waiting inside of heaven, spraying away, but Jemkin's dealt with him as well, and now Bang is very vulnerable over here on this A side. Good thing that Vora is in for the flood on spawn side. He's dropped the spike now.
Beautiful paranoia from Bang to kind of delay, and Vora getting the pick. Bang really well towards this A heaven, trying to deny it. Timatino in here. The rotations were really nice, really quick from 100 Thieves. But again, it's still so scary seeing players like Cryo and Asuna kind of missing a lot of these frags that they're getting, the easy kills when they're just entering onto their site. I'm really looking at these players to lock it in, make sure they're able to get those, make sure they're able to kind of hold an anchor on their own, because it's getting a little bit scary. But of course, really good try from RRQ. I actually think that could have been a round for them.
Ops out for Xfero. You see this a lot from him on the Veto. Likes to take his time working the map, using the TPs to be able to try to catch the defense out of position. And as we mentioned, especially with a Phoenix Jet comp, you're expecting 100 Thieves to make some moves. Most of those are in middle right now. Timatino playing some of these off angles. Haven't had to activate his dash just yet. Asuna having a little bit of a look into middle, but there it is. The mid walk. Very classic. Getting on a deep line and is going to get on that deep B info line and try to cut the map in half, but RRQ are wrapping back towards middle now.
Yep, they're gonna walk up here. Timatino trying hard not to be spotted. The flash comes in, but Zan gets a pick. Timatino immediately trades, but he's stuck in mid. No one here to help him out. Cryo's creeping up towards mid, but he doesn't need help. A pick onto that top mid, pushing towards tiles, gets another pick onto Xfero, and Vora just cleaning up with Crazy Kai, leaving Jemkin alone in a 1v4. Gets a pick onto Bang.
Yeah,
but can he do it?
Nice little one tap. Spike is dropped towards top middle, and 100 Thieves are well aware of that at this point, set up quite heavily around it. Another Tailwind active, but no one really playing any of these close angles, so it might just elapse before Jem can even really try to take an angle here. Cryo, a little bit of a jiggle, doesn't feel the need to activate the neural theft, or maybe just doesn't have a good angle for it. And it seems like Jemkin is either waiting for a spawn wrap or may just try to hold on to this Vandal going forward here. 100 Thieves, some good recovery. Feels like every single time they're making some great moves in the mid-round and always finding the right angle. And unfortunately for RRQ, they've just handed an op straight into Timatino's hands.
Yeah, I think they've done a good job of adapting, understanding the slow play style that RRQ has now adapted. It feels like maybe RRQ is going to lean back a little bit more towards that B main, because that's where they were finding success. A lot of the B splits or the B main, the first few rounds of this game has found success. And I think the main reason is because they're just punishing Cryo for not having that much support, using and breaking all his utils so early. So definitely need a proper plan in order to get into that site, be able to play those post plans, because it's been almost impossible for 100 Thieves to flood in.
We'll see if there's any adaptations here for RRQ. Do hold on to the one Vandal going forward into the next round, but outside of that, not a lot to bring into it. 100 Thieves haven't quite built any money just yet. They'll look to do so in this round. Try not to take too much damage to the Sheriffs and the single hero Vandal here. Hunter's Fury is at the ready. RRQ almost ready with a res, and it's a bit of quicker of a pacing in towards A main as Kushi uses his Sova ult, goes fishing, not really finding too much though.
Gets a tag onto Asuna, but the run it back has been activated, so it doesn't actually affect him. He clears all of mid, but 3 of these players, 2 of them staying towards A site for 100 Thieves, and all of our RRQ has chosen to just walk back towards B, trying to end it towards there. So I'm looking for 100 Thieves to do some sort of mid-round play here, get some sort of information, and out comes the drone from Vora. I don't think he's going to spot anyone if they just stay behind the wall, but as soon as I say that, he sees all of them.
I'm not sure they heard that in time. Unfortunate. Asuna now on the front foot, looking to try to cut the map in half yet again, not punished on the fallback as he uses that blaze wall to be able to deny information to an RRQ who are now looking for a B split. For on the line confirms that they're making their way towards B main. Comes a little bit of a tag through the wall. The drone is dealt with by the beautiful crosshair placement from Jemkin. Op is dropped on towards top middle, but RRQ, it's quite obvious where they're headed here.
Yeah, Jemkin has been absolutely on fire. That pick's so important. 100 Thieves, Asuna getting a pick. Cryo trying to stay alive on site. The ult comes in, the Sage Res for Zan. Another spam through smoke from Asuna getting the pick. The wall's coming in. They're trying to split over lane, but Fora's here to get a 3K. Gets dropped off, but Asuna follows back with another 3K. 2 3Ks on the board for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, a lot invested into that round, not financially, but a fair few ults thrown at it without too much success from RRQ. Starting to run down the clock a little bit and have to give a lot of credit over to 100 Thieves. Their info gathering in the mid-round has been sublime. They are always taking space in the mid-round, droning to find the team where it's needed and rotating accordingly. It always feels like 100 Thieves know exactly where RRQ are going.
It's been really nice, too, seeing the Vora drone come out. They have these kind of set plays around it, too, whether it was towards mid with the Phoenix Flash or on that retake towards A Heaven. They used the paranoia from Bang and tried to trade with a little bit of those trap setups. So it's been really nice to watch. But now, if you're RRQ, what are you thinking?
I mean, they've already had quite a deep playbook so far. The pacing has been pretty samey, but they have, you know, thrown a lot of different late rounds in. Whether it be towards B main, they did try to kind of go fishing to catch the A main control in that last round. Does seem like they've gone for attack pause here to kind of discuss their options, give Jovi a chance to get involved in the conversation. I mean, as far as RRQ is concerned, they've already picked up the 3 rounds. They picked up the pistol. Yes, you'd love to dominate the attacking half with this Senti comp, but that's just not very realistic most days of the week. So if they can just snag a couple more gun rounds towards the mid to late tail end of this half and go into the defense nice and strong, I don't think they're too concerned just yet.
Yeah, need to not get caught off guard by a lot of the mid-round things that 100 Thieves are doing. And it looks like they've opted to go back towards this B main. Kind of tried and true now in this game so far. We have Zan holding it down. Asuna taking all that space towards A main, but they're still not rotating any of these players. Really sufficient with Cryo and Jet set up on this 100 Thieves side.
This is a classic drop-off. Xfero has been dropped off at the pool. Unfortunately, Tibertino has drowned him, and RRQ now trying to kick off a B split that never really got started in the first place. Jemkin trying to employ a little bit more of that contact-heavy style you've seen a couple of times from him, but Tibertino is already posted up onto this line. Doesn't tag Jemkin, actually, as the Hunter's Fury comes in from the defense across the other side of the map, trying to make RRQ a little bit more uncomfortable. Nice entry on in from Jemkin, but Bang and Tibertino are having impact here.
Zan and Cushing, a 2v4. Tibertino on site on that stairs, trying to get another pick, but waiting for the rest of his team to come in. The drone is going to come in. 2 shorties facing each other. Tibertino with another 3K to secure another round. Make it 4. Just kidding. Asuna gets that pick onto Cushy, and the defuse is online for 100 Thieves. Feels like they're just having so much success here with finding those initial opening picks. I feel like Tibertino with the op hasn't really been super aggressive, but just playing passive, playing on site.
Against this comp, there's not you don't need to do anything special at all. They just really don't have much to be able to deal with a defensive operator. Don't have flashes. You've only got the Sova. If you're not hitting a good paranoia timing, or you're not actually able to, you know, contact your way into a decent position before you burst as RRQ, or the aggressive attacking side op they've had a couple of times doesn't find an entry, then you're kind of out of luck, honestly.
2 ults online still for RRQ, the Veto ult. But they're on a little bit of a weird buy. 2 Guardians across the board. They're going to use that towards mid, walking up once again. I think they're trying to beat that timing of a lot of the re-clears, or at least bait out that drone so they could switch it up and go somewhere else. But mid here, Cushy going to use that drone to clear that garden and tree area.
Yeah.
Might just see that trip. But Asuna here ready with the trap play.
They're very much just trying to bait 100 Thieves into a rotation, but the drone is perfectly timed yet again. In comes the curveball from Asuna, catches all of RRQ. Haven't quite dealt with any of them as the paranoia pushing the defense away, but Vora is perfectly positioned here. And once again, 100 Thieves have the better end of the trade.
Vora has been phenomenal this game so far. Feels like he's getting almost every single important frag that there has to be. But the mid-split begins once again. Cushy getting the pick onto Asuna, but Tibertino stuck in B main. Vora denying anyone from flanking there. Tibertino turning around, getting the 3K. What an insane round by Tibertino.
Let's play with his food at this point. The Jet op on the defense is well and truly taking over the game. There is no recourse here for RRQ, who since picking up the pistol have hit a pretty big dry spell. 100 Thieves, nice adaptations are all over this. They very much understand the pacing that RRQ are bringing into this game. The operator is having ridiculous impact. The drone is always perfectly timed. And now it's up to RRQ to go back onto the Sheriffs and see what they can fashion for themselves. Just try to avoid getting 9-3'd at this point.
Yeah, Asuna now with that third run it back of the half online. He's not going to be using it just yet. They're just going to keep sticking to this default setup because like you said, Mitch, none of these players have a means of kind of playing around this operator, being able to push it back or at least deny. Asuna using that molly to deny a lot of that map control. The drone's going to come in and tag him, but nothing really to follow from that.
Yeah, once again for RRQ, it's a little bit one-dimensional. Very clear where they're headed, and 100 Thieves are rotating accordingly. They're quite happy to play retake B with the Cypher setup in play. Dash active, in goes the Sage Wall. Paranoia's exchange on both sides do give both teams pause for thought, but in comes the run it back and the curveball from Asuna. Bang trying to turtle inside of the site here. Timatino's arrived to the party, and it's another flood and a shutdown from 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to cross into sight and there's 4 players just running at you. 3 of them just rotating in and Timatino just flying in from heaven. I think 100 Thieves, man, they're doing a phenomenal job of being able to consistently trade off of each other, being set up in positions where they're holding those crossfires or at least ready to peek off of any set util. And of course, Vora being the main reason behind that. The drone, the IGLing, all these setups have made so much sense for 100 Thieves.
Back towards B main then. A bit more of a singular approach here. But Timatino straight down the peak in towards Tiles, does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone, it's a full Cypher setup, but once again, 100 Thieves are rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side, Chemkin very low on HP, separated from the rest of the team. This is Xfero just running through all of the utilities. He's got his ult active, and the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves. Xfero caught on the cross, now into a 2-on-2.
Bang and Cryo versus Crazy Guy and Kush here, but the 2 players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that Cypher util. They know that they don't have any information here unless they just use their bodies to peek. And now over-rotating into that A, going to go through that cat. But both players from the side of 100 Thieves, they don't know anything yet. It's going to be a 2v2 retake.
Problem is RRQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds on the recon bolt. Crazy Guy, if he is given the plant here, will be able to have access to the res, but they just give it over to Cushy. I don't think they're too interested in it for the time being. Does have the Hunter's Fury for this post plant, and Bang bringing at least one dark cover into the retake here as RRQ up to play on site.
Kind of crazy they're playing on site with the Sova ult, not using it as their winning condition, especially because of the time taken by 100 Thieves here. But this 2v2 retake, Crazy Guy spotting, getting the pick onto Bang immediately. And now Cryo in a 1v2. Both these players huddled up, turtled up, bottom side. They get the pick, but Cushy ends it. And RRQ finally another round to end this half.
Yeah, look, a big dry spell. Got to give a lot of credit to 100 Thieves for how clean their defense was looking there. They made a lot of nice mid-round adaptations. It felt like they were always on top of the information game. But RRQ, especially running through a brick wall with that Veto ultimate, were at least able to brawl their way into a winnable 2-on-2. A nice pivot back towards the A side gives them at least 4 rounds on this attacking side. That's not terrible given the comp they're playing. Now they're going on to defense with, you know, this double Senti comp. There's still potential here for RRQ to get this one done, but the pistol will be very important with how far behind they are.
Yeah, interesting to see that they're actually setting up Jemkin here to go for some sort of A main peak with these players. 4-1, Sage on the other side, going to use that wall probably off of noise, off of contact, or just off of a timing. But 4 of these players from 100 Thieves are also grouped up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid control with Cryo from Tiles here, and it's looking a little bit interesting. Now again, 100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Saw a couple of frenzies purchased up. That's very North American, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever...
Actually, the North American meta right now is 1 Ghost and 4 Sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like a, you know, Fnatic Gen G look from back in the day, just buy like 3 Sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages, though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific, if I'm honest. So that's a bit of a throwback.
Feels like the Bandit has been a lot more prevalent in Americas over the Frenzy. So actually, you're right. I don't think I've seen it that often. But for this team, I feel like they definitely have some sort of really quick strat really quick push up together where they're just planning on trading and using their firepower to kind of win out these 1v1s instead of trying to play too much into the mind games, into the mid rounds, because they're just so good at understanding a lot of their set plays, understanding their positioning as a team and being able to just play together. So Asuna, and Timatino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and pushing a lot. So I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on attack side.
All right, into the second half then. This is RRQ's map pick, and they are getting battered a little bit, so time to get this defensive half working for yourself. There's the Thieves getting ready for some A-main control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A-main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately trading. Really good reactions to take that A-main space as they hear him on Cat. But Asuna with a beautiful flash curveball into that A-main. And Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Asuna up on the line. This is really cinematic stuff as Zan is able to get in there with a very nice right click. A 3K for Zan so far, just down to Timatino in a 1-on-2. Very high on the HP, does have the Sheriff to work with. In comes the dark cover. It's incredible. In towards A-main. I've got tears in my eyes. Timatino to walk out onto this A-main line. He's been able to actually game RRQ a little bit here. So they wrap around towards mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timatino. He is waiting. RRQ just playing this cheeky little high-low now that they've cleared out middle, so he's definitely going to have to peek into 2 players here.
1v2, the high-low is not going to get punished. Jemkin getting the pick. And now another pistol going the way of RRQ. They have some rounds to work with here. Beautiful, really good reactions from RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew they lost that tree space. They knew they lost the garden space. Immediate reaction to take into A-main. And then they punished as well because that spike got dropped. And all of a sudden that retake was so much harder for 100 Thieves. They didn't really have a plan to go on the flank. Just letting Timatino try to go for a pick off that Cat. Now into the second round. Pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
Jemkin on the line, waiting out that Sova dart, at least trying to find the timing straight through it. Here comes the paranoia. Oh my god, crazy guy! That is a big problem. As Kushi at least able to deal with the Phoenix who was going for the orb. Xfero finally clears out Bang. That was the biggest spanner in the works thrown in by 100 Thieves who are now starting to filter into a B site, but Zan is all over it. Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Kushi able to clean up after that. 3 guns taken through for an RRQ who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
Round going the way that you expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ. They've been really good, really disciplined when it comes to these rounds. Not overextending. Little scary for Crazy Guy there with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more than one player that were following up, ready to go. But at least the stage wall went down. Unbreakable with those pistols, essentially. But now, 3 of these players for RRQ are looking to be a little bit aggressive towards this B main.
The B main scrap on the cards here. Kushi ready with the shock dart off the back of Zan's contact. Dart doesn't get dealt with because the judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveball. Zan up close gets nothing. That is a bit outrageous. Timatino with the opening pick and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these 2 duelists is so phenomenal. The flash going in, Timatino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing. Now, just holding, being patient, waiting for some sort of re-aggression from RRQ, but it looks like that re-aggression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid-smoke, trying to hear any information, but 3 RRQ players gambling the wrong side.
Yeah, this is just no-nonsense stuff for 100 Thieves. Minimizing all the risk with a nice drone timing. Here comes the dash onto Switch. Machino posting up on the spawn side. RRQ. Gamble is stacking on the wrong side of the map. But if anything now on the bonus, just looking for a couple of guns in damage as Xfero closes in on this B main flank.
Trying to get any of these weapons down for 100 Thieves, but Looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend anywhere, but 3 of these RRQ players playing for exits, actually, towards this spawn side. Xfero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick. But this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding, re-hitting, waiting for any aggression. They're all going to be going towards the side of Xfero, and hopefully he can get 1 or 2 of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
For sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense.
Yeah!
Giving that frag over to Asuna does get himself the runner back online. So that is worst case scenario for an RRQ who don't really get too much done in that bonus round. Zan had a chance to have some impact at close range with the judge in B main, but from there things kind of just a domino effect. All kind of fell down. And 100 Thieves now in a very strong position going into the first gun round of their attacking side.
Yeah, lots of rounds to work up, but this right here, that was really nice here. Asuna immediately getting the pick onto Xfero, denying any of those exits was really nice. And then run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator on the side of Jemkin, who's holding it towards that mid, but he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting the run it back. And the really quick A split coming in from 100 Thieves.
Great cages in from Cryo there. Not able to allow Jemkin any vision at all. Xfero tucking himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the site, which leaves Cushy high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross, healing up his teammate, and now into a 3-on-3 post plan.
Yeah, no smokes there for the side of 100 Thieves to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick, trying to walk up, get anything that they can, accompanied by the veto, but Bang here, going to put a smoke down at the right time, walks into the smoke, gets the pick onto Jemkin, but Xfero immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for the pick, and Xfero actually getting 3 through that smoke at tree.
Yeah, evolution off the back of the defuse as well. That's a really nice retake for RRQ here. With only 2 guns kept through in towards this next round. 100 Thieves should definitely go for the reinvestment off the back of that spike plant and have a chance to at least damage or reset the economy here of RRQ. Definitely not done yet. This game very much hanging in the balance.
I think 100 Thieves had a really good idea here, especially speeding up after that first pick, getting that split on lock. But the problem was just crossing into that site. They didn't have anything because they used those cages towards mid to deny Jemkin. And Bang, of course, didn't have any smokes left because he used that initial one towards mid and then another one towards that tree so they could cross. So it's really, really interesting to see how they've managed to abuse that on the side of RRQ, just going out, taking that swing, taking their ones and the timing. But Jemkin going for a B main pick here, but he's not going to find anything because Cryo's just playing super passive.
Got a lot of value out of this Cypher utility, has to be said. Both teams kind of exchanging control of the mains, at least initially. Here comes the wall from Crazy Guy, who will play on top of it. Cryo just biding his time for the time being, while the rest of his team lies in wait inside of A main. 100 Thieves just tickling this A site, still kind of undecided, but they did force out the interceptor there, so that's a very, very nice little dark cover shock dark combo. And it does seem like the offense now heading back to meet up with Cryo, as they know the Sage Wall is going to go down relatively soon.
And this is what we were talking about, where the defensive side, it's going to be so important how they use their util because there's so much delay. And 100 Thieves, they know that, so they're just waiting. Really good timing on the wall, though. You can see all 5 of these players grouped up already. The smoke is going to come down from Zan, but the contact play, there's only one of these players here on the side of RRQ. Sage to hold down sight, and the drone comes out from Vora.
Slow ult from Crazy Guy, but he's very much on his own. Nice pick onto Asuna as he gets tagged. Will he get spammed on through? No, Zan has joined him on the site now, courtesy of the From the Shadows, and they're going to tuck themselves in nicely with that bunker smoke. Paranoia out. One exchanged by Zan as 100 Thieves try to close in and clear out backside. Nice pick from Bang. Zan goes down as well, but Cushy at least able to trade one back.
3v3 retake for RRQ. Jemkin with the operator just holding, trying to get a pick on anything. Whips on Cryo. The trade with the headshot is insane. And the evolution ult online for Xfero here. He's going to try to run into that site, but they don't have anything else to clear. And 100 Thieves, they're not giving them any of these peeks. Timatino holding that cross, gets the pick. Xfero gets the pick onto Cryo. 2 gets another one. 1v1 versus Vora.
Creeping up on the line now, Vora, beautiful little jiggle peek to give 100 Thieves double digits. Xfero very dangerous in those clutch situations, and you can see exactly why, especially with the evolution. But 100 Thieves, that is a massive clutch to close. Both teams very low on money, and that will definitely have reset RRQ. Really fought hard in that round, considering the circumstance, honestly. Crazy Guy was very much left on his own. Zan does a good job to try to TP towards the other side of the map with the Omen ult and buy time, but unfortunately, I think the call from 100 Thieves was just a little bit too good. Xfero makes it more interesting than it probably should have been.
Yeah, really nice calls all around. I like the RRQ idea of leaving Sage weak side, teleporting in when they need it. 100 Thieves, Vora just getting a spam through the smoke on Crazy Guy, but this is their eco round. They're thrifty, so it doesn't really matter. Timatino getting a pick onto Jemkin. They're just going to keep overextending here, recycling that Sheriff onto Xfero. They're going to, or sorry, onto Zan. Cushy, I can't speak. This is your team, that's why.
Yeah, that's all right. American names are a little easier. I understand.
Is it? Say Timatino 10 times fast.
Timatino is on his way to A main. Timatino is feeling very good about how this round is going. Timatino, before, he got himself a pick inside of B main. So 100 Thieves looking good. Xfero on the other side of this, though. Sheriff in hand. Yeah, nice little angle for him, but how much can he really do? Let's be honest. Nice opening pick onto Asuna. Interceptor active.
Oh my god.
Timatino to dash straight into the side there, and as such, 100 Thieves a little bit tentative, but they'll get the spike down nonetheless. That's a nice Hunter's Fury for Vora.
Dude, Xfero has been on fire with these picks. His fragging potential is insane, and he's just constantly been getting his 17 and 15 for him. But they've all been really impactful, I think. Granted, the last couple rounds, he's just been alone in a lot of these fights. But it doesn't matter, because 100 Thieves, they've almost secured this round. 4v2, 2 pistols on the line here. Zan trying to get one before he's going to shut it down, and Cryo picking off Cushy. Now 11-7 RRQ. They're going to be back onto those guns. They're going to be back onto that buy round. I'm kind of hoping to see them kind of switch up their setups a little bit. I don't like having so much heavy, understanding that Sage is going to be on that weak side, using that wall a little bit too early for my liking. I'd rather see a little bit more of an aggressive setup. Set up Jemkin somewhere with that Sage and off of contact, putting that wall down, because right now 100 Thieves, they're just abusing the timing on them.
Well, another timeout coming in. Not sure from which team at this point, as 100 Thieves are definitely closing in on the end of the game here. RRQ, well aware that their opponents have retained 4 guns out of that last round. So they built up a little bit of economy. It's going to take a little bit of elbow grease in here from RRQ to make it inroads back into this game. This is their map pick, so you know that they've got a lot of depth on this defense, especially with this Senti comp. But I have to say, I mean, 100 Thieves, both defensively and offensively, have just been calling an excellent game. This feels like their game on a silver platter, especially because they've got a little bit of cash in the bank.
Yeah, it almost feels like they've anti-stratted this in a sense, where they know a lot of the habits that RRQ is going to be doing. That Sage wall not being a problem for them. And I think it also stems from the fact that you're playing with Asuna. That guy is the Sage god almost. He's been playing that for so long for this team all across Americas for so many years now. And him being on that Sage, understanding the timings, being able to kind of tell his team how to play around that, how to abuse the fact that Sage is not that strong after that wall is down, and using the slow on timings is the only way to kind of add more delay. But Jemkin, beautiful spot, getting the pick onto Timatino.
I'm not sure if he even saw him, to be honest. That might have just been pre-fire. Close range here is Zan with the judge. He's got the weapon for the job, that's for sure. Dart up onto the tree. Doesn't quite scan him. I could have sworn it would have at that close range. Asuna just around the corner as the jump comes through from Zan. That might have been obscured by the Odin span coming through from Crazy Guy. And indeed it was. Double up from Zan. And 100 Thieves shut down before this even really gets going. Bora left with too much to do. And that is a good response from an RRQ who needs to start working their way back into this game.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a nicer setup that I like to see from RRQ. Having the Sage be there, playing off contact, baiting for that Omen judge around the corner. Looking really nice. Of course, Jemkin with that opening pick too contributed to that round. I think it's really interesting to see. But 3 ults online for the round of 100 Thieves. They could use these in order to pretty much cement a round. It is their winning condition at this point. But Crazy Guy with this slow at the start of a main.
Yeah, he's once again all on his own, being thrown a lot of utility to try to safeguard any pressure towards A. He's just going to play retake on the side. Does have the Sage res to work with, as the rest of the setup for RRQ very much is over towards B. But 100 Thieves just simplifying this round. big group up into A main. And I think they're just going to send the runner back into site, or maybe the drone, and try to see if they can get themselves into a post plant.
Phoenix Wall going up for this A execute, but they're going to hear the drone and no information actually for RRQ. They don't know if these players have walked out onto site, but it doesn't matter because not a single player has rotated off.
They must have a really good retake plan. Spam coming through here from Crazy Guy, who may get caught by the Hunters. Fury, runner back, was chasing him down, even if that didn't finish off the job, and all of A Heaven has been cleared. Timatino now on a very dangerous line, and RRQ are very far out of position, especially given the fact that they had that B main info line right at the start of the round.
Yeah, a little bit slow for those rotations, and of course Crazy Guy getting picked off didn't help either. The delay wasn't there, but there's only so much you could do when they could have been out on site 10 seconds earlier with that drone. So 100 Thieves now in this post plan. Cryo getting a pick into the smoke. Timatino, everything's just going wrong for RRQ. The flood did not work. All these players are just hiding in these smokes and getting those picks.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a very, very strong retake plan if you're going to play a setup like that, and it didn't look like they even had the opportunity to really play that. I think that 100 Thieves, the run it back through tree side and getting the jet on such a disruptive angle allowed them to just be one step ahead of this retake coming back in for RRQ, who was so far out of position. Like, it kind of shocks me that they didn't lean at all towards A, given the fact that, like I said, Jemkin had all info on the B side of the map. Regardless, though, 100 Thieves now on map point here. Slow Orb going to slow them down a little bit. It's been good patience on the offense so far from 100 Thieves.
Timatino with that op, trying to get any info towards that mid while his team's working B main. Asuna with that curveball flash. They're going to hear the Sage slow towards that main. Tapping that orb, trying to get that ult online for Asuna because he is pretty far though, only 2 on the block. But now 5 of these players for RRQ. 2 of them have weird buys, Bulldog and a Stinger on the side of Crazy Guy and Zan. And they're just playing this passive setup.
It's very slow for 100 Thieves. A minute on the clock as they start to make their way in towards middle. Big setup in towards A main from RRQ. Zan very much baiting for Jemkin, but that may not even be a factor. Drone pressure straight up middle as they spot out the TPs from Xfero. That'll help them read the setup at least a little bit as the drone comes in from the defense, clearing out B main.
Timatino's literally almost into their spawn here. They have some sort of idea based on that util being broken from Vito, but are they going to be ready? They're rotating right into his crosshair.
Big lurk pick from Timatino with the forward dash. Cushy cleans him up as a result, but this is going to be a difficult take from 100 Thieves because A main is so dirty. Zan and Jemkin need to make sure they don't overcook this one with only 20 seconds on the clock. Nice trade back from Jemkin. Xfero from Heaven cleaned up by Asuna with only 13 seconds. 100 Thieves are putting that spike down.
2v2, all of a sudden the spike is down. They know that these players is in A main. Asuna 1v2, but Jemkin gets the pick. 3K to win that round, and all of a sudden 100 Thieves, they're not getting success in the end rounds of these games.
Yeah, it just took a little bit too long to get into the mix there. So denied an opportunity to close this on that point. RRQ, I mean, this is just classic RRQ, honestly. They really like to drag out a game. They really like to struggle to get a gain across the line. Overtime is very much on the cards. This definitely could have been 100 Thieves' game at any point in this offense so far.
Yeah.
I think they just took a little bit too long to get going there. The money is not great for RRQ, though.
No.
They're continually fighting for this game without a whole lot to work with.
Yeah, this round is a must-win for 100 Thieves, too. Not only just to end the game, but if they lose this round, they will be broke the next round. They'll be forced onto that thrifty. They're going to hear that same Sage wall towards B main, and they're holding these 2 players towards A main, just seeing if there's any aggression. I think they're going to read that this is more of a mid-stack because at this point they have that full line on A. On B, they've heard that Sage wall. They know this player is probably playing towards it. The drone coming in, trying to get some sort of info here for the side of 100 Thieves. They will spot out at least 1 player. It's Cushy on that A Heaven, but they're just playing it slow because, again, they know that Sage wall is down instantly at the start of the round.
Yeah, just trying to bait out the Sage wall, the interceptor from the Vito. Read what the setup is for RRQ, who do not budge an inch. In comes the drone in towards A main from Cushy, but thrown out from Heaven's side, very deep. Doesn't really spot out too much info. He does have a dart to follow that up. Jemkin has taken a lot of space in middle. And 100 Thieves looking to simplify this round yet again. They don't have the drone to work with, though, so it might be a little bit harder to get into this A site.
30 seconds left.
The execute coming in for 100 Thieves. That paranoia going out by Zan. Good defensive util. The smoke on site. But Timatino's going to push
Aduh,
that.
reward lagi.
Also getting a pick. Timatino pushing into heaven with that updraft. Immediately getting one.
Crazy guy. And Xfero fighting hard back into this round. Rez comes out onto Cushy. Spike
nice,
goes
good
down.
guy.
What a one-tap there from Kong. Absolute gamer coming in from heaven.
Oh!
What is that? The spam through in towards hell puts it into a winnable 2-on-2. There is no business in this round for RRQ to be coming away with it. Xfero walking up on the tree line. Needs to deal with Bang. Will catch him with his back turn. This is an illegal retake from RRQ as the spike gets tapped. And they've been able to do a massive 4K from the IGL of RRQ. This game should have been well and truly over already. That was, what, a triple entry into A, no? That was
Dude,
like a 2-on-5.
We literally need to study Crazy Guy's peaks on heaven because he's gotten one every single time on that angle. And it's been phenomenal. And I think 100 Thieves, they're struggling to deal with this heaven over and over again. And so it's kind of crazy seeing how these players are just able to get away with so much. Crazy Guy, that third kill on Bora was kind of gross. Just getting that last bullet through that hell spawn. I'd react like that too, honestly.
Legit. Oh my god. Massive play from Crazy Guy to keep RRQ in it. That's just pure entertainment. As we head back into a lull, this may be a tack timeout from 100 Thieves, who feel like this is getting a little bit too hot under the collar. As you mentioned, money wasn't great heading into that round. They probably would have thought it was already done, honestly. When you're in like a 5-on-3, 5-on-2 post plan on that A site, and the other team's playing just this dry Senti comp that doesn't have a lot of business getting back in, you're thinking you've probably wrapped it up at this point, but that one has definitely slipped through 100 Thieves' fingers.
Yeah, they need to clean up those late rounds, late to end round retakes. They're just allowing so many 1v1s to be online for RRQ. And of course, they're taking that and running with it. Feels like they had such a good understanding of how to play this mid-round. They just need to clean it up. I wouldn't say it's sloppy, but just small angles are being missed. And so many 1v1s are being taken for a reason that I'm not really sure of, especially seeing how initially on the first half, these players on 100 Thieves have been so good with their positioning, so good with their trading. The second that someone's going anywhere, they get a pick. But a B main push here for RRQ.
Good ball in from Asuna. Really unsettling the defense here and applying a lot of pressure with the Bandit. They do not want to be tapped at close range, that's for sure. As Occasion the cam go up from Cryo, he has denied information to RRQ. He'll join up with the rest of 100 Thieves, who are starting to make some moves towards A. What an entry in from Timatino. Bladestorm active. And once again, we've been forced to put RRQ in a retake scenario.
The Molly going in. Asuna trying to delay Timatino, getting two with the knives on, getting two as well. Two trade back. That door is closed. 3v3, but pistols on the side of 100 Thieves for this post round. The drone's going to come in, not going to tag anyone. And three of these players going towards that tree side. Cryo gets seen off. Delayed as long as possible. Gets two with the Bandit. And now all of a sudden, Crazy Guy in a 1v3. Two of these players in hell, unable to trade, gets two for Crazy Guy. And it's a 1v1.
Tap the spike, very much running out of time. Cryo very good in these situations and good enough to win the map for 100 Thieves. 13-10. It's naught but a pistol round to get it done. And what a blinder of an entry from Timatino straight up tree. Rips the Bladestorm and the rest is history.
I love to see that. The confidence and the aggression going in from Timatino, kind of planning a lot of these things around him. And that's why 100 Thieves has been so phenomenal at setting him up for success, because he is such a beast to be reckoned with. But of course, both these teams putting up such a good fight for this first map of Ascent. I feel like I've seen enough from both of these teams to be convinced that they could make it out of this one.
I mean, it's just a classic game from RRQ really at the end of the day. They won both pistols Puckett, and then they lost the map. Like, I guess NA too good. My bad, guys.
Americas, thank you very much.
Americas.
We don't want to hear you.
All right, now I'm up. Yeah, that was a rough one to watch because I have written down 100 Thieves throws round 22, could lose game.
True.
Then you have Cryo picking up 2 pistol kills and the final 1v1. You can't get it done. What happened in that last round? What were they trying to accomplish for RRQ?
They were trying not to throw the round. Unfortunately, they were just as good as 100 Thieves at throwing the round. So when one team throws, the other team also throws.
They're playing catch.
The initial team will win.
Sharing is caring.
Yes.
And everyone took a turn, Athena. I heard you whispering there. Were you afraid that the players were going to listen in to the final calls?
No.
It's just getting a little tense here,
just
Athena.
Intense,
Getting
just
a little
whispering.
tense.
I like to whisper a little bit of ASMR for the viewers.
We're building it
of
up.
course. Come on.
The suspense was there. Ultimately, your team was not weaker. The
My
Americas
team.
are
Hold
slightly
on.
stronger than the Pacific's weakest team, according to Mitch at the start of the day. Pilsky nails it. And we're going to see RRQ at the bottom of our group for now. On the other side, we have a game 3 that is still brewing.
We still have a series here, Puckett. Don't get ahead of
Yeah,
yourself,
yeah.
man.
Why are you talking about them over there?
But that was only map 1.
All right, I was told this was 1 and done.
Really?
I guess we will play the whole best of 3. Gennaro's going to come out with a winner eventually.
I need some official ruling on that.
Yeah, I don't want to hear. I don't trust him.
Sure.
You trust him?
I thought we were playing a best of 3 here, but
we will continue with Breeze, I'm told.
Yes,
the match continues. It's day 0, guys. I'm hearing a lot of things. We're having a lot of fun in the venue.
It's fun. You can just say you're biased for Americas.
Americas is clearly the best team.
Yeah,
Americas is the best team.
The best team, not region. The best team.
That's fine.
Sure,
that's an American.
I agree with
poster
that.
right there.
Very well.
That's very valid.
I got to give it to 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I felt like they were definitely the better team there. They lost both pistols, and I felt like in the gun rounds, and especially the calling was a little bit better than what you saw from RRQ. And RRQ was getting away with some illegal stuff that game.
Yeah, both teams' mid-roundings were really nice to watch, but it's just so good seeing 100 Thieves, their full understanding of the compositions, how they want to play around it, and being able to call a lot of that situational stuff from Vora has been phenomenal. So much information given. It feels like he was one of the star players, even if he wasn't on the scoreboard, but the fact was, my IGL is fragging out too.
Shout out to our producer. I'm told they're putting together the highlight package, and we've got it ready to rip and roll. Here's a look at some of the best frags from this game, but some of the bigger rounds came at the end. What did you think of 100 Thieves' first half compared to the second half? Do they need to increase the pacing? Is it going to fit against RRQ? What do you see, Athena?
I think the way they were playing was very well played. I don't think they need to change anything. I think the problem that they were having was towards those late rounds, those post plants, and those retakes. They just need to clean that up a little bit. The initial early game, the mid-rounding has been phenomenal, I think, for 100 Thieves. Getting the information really well. They struggled the first few rounds, but they immediately picked it up and adapted. So for me, it's more just making sure that they're not taking those useless 1v1s in post plants, giving up map control, or just allowing players to get those free picks.
Pilsky, I was talking to Paper Thin, and he was talking to me a little bit about Jemkin, saying he is an incredible aimer, one of the best brains when it comes to Valorant. If he has any knocks on him, it may be that he's a little bit too brainy, a little too patient when playing the initiators. What do you think about his Jet game in this one?
Yeah, I mean, he's a primary duelist player, but he's a very slow player at times. When you're playing this kind of Sentinel comp, he's forced to kind of be the dive entry on offense. So sometimes that means that he's not going to be able to frag out as heavily as he usually would want to do. So I think that was a bit of a slower game from him, maybe by his standards. And as such, I don't think RRQ were able to go pound for pound against 100 Thieves fragging-wise.
Jemkin's looking pretty good to me. Timotino definitely looking good. Asuna passed all of my tests on the Phoenix. Was there
I told you
was
gotta
there
watch
an
him.
agent issue in here, though? Because the green room was shocked to see a veto out on the board this early in the tournament.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't mind the veto.
No, I don't think there was anything wrong with the comp per se, but I think
Well-
100 Thieves knew exactly what to do against it. Like, they actually played
Too
around
easy
it
to read?
perfectly. Yeah, it actually was very easy
Get
for
the
100
Sage
Thieves to
wall
read.
out.
And I think Athena mentioned the fact that they're playing a Sage comp, and I felt like they actually did play around it very well. They baited out the wall a lot of the time. They baited out the util. I felt like that they read those setups super well.
Yeah, I feel like you're playing Sage into Asuna, who's been the Sage player. I've been saying this for so long, but it's true because he's been super creative and really introduces a lot of new ways to play Sage. And I feel like for RRQ, they kind of just put that wall down off of a timing. And I felt like I was struggling to understand kind of how they wanted to change it up for this Sage in order to play against this team. The veto, I didn't mind too much. I actually thought it was fine. I think Xfaro did a phenomenal job just in general. His fragging out too was insane. So not a problem for me in terms of veto, but Sage, we'll see how it is.
Pilski is a oracle. He knew another game was coming up, and it's going to be on Breeze. Can you tell me, though, about the map selection? Who picked our first map? Whose map choice is it going to be going to Breeze?
RRQ picked our first map. They then lost after winning both pistols, Pocket. And now their stats are not good on Breeze, and 100 Thieves have picked Breeze into them.
Yeah, this
it
is
doesn't
like...
bring me any joy to say that, but that's the facts.
This is literally like one of 100 Thieves' best maps, too. They've had a lot of success on this map, and they play a similar comp with that double duelist, Asuna, usually on the Phoenix. So kind of crazy to see how they might just go into this one.
That's what I had in my notes, making sure America's still looking good. USA, all that good stuff. We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll find out if the Pacific can bounce back and steal map 2 to force a game 3. Don't go anywhere.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice-generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation
celebration for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially, like, I am playing the French org. For me, like, it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like, I think has been a chance for me because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like, if my mom didn't move to France. And as I say that, like, yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know, like, I'm trying to stay humble, like, work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know, I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first KC and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against KC fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
Welcome back, all you wonderful humans, and shout out to the West Coasters who woke up to watch 100 Thieves. They're up 1-0 right now over RRQ from the Pacific region, and we're about to find out if they can seal the deal. It's the group stages. On the mic, we got Athena and Pilski. And Pilski, I want to talk to you about RRQ. The potential. I feel like the ceiling is very high, but the floor is very low here. How do we, like, ride an escalator back towards that ceiling?
We need to go back into Pacific, because when they play domestically, they're really good. But then when they play at an international event, it's really hard.
Dude, you guys are so mean. They did not play that bad.
That's what I'm saying. The ceiling is very high. The skill ceiling is there.
Okay.
But then you have a few like rounds where Cryo gets 2 with the pistol, and then
I mean,
the third.
Yeah, I do remember that
as well, to be fair.
It's true.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Like, you know, things happen.
Yeah.
You move on. You go to Breeze. You see how it goes.
We're going to go to Breeze,
Yeah,
which is
sometimes you just got to go to Breeze.
RRQ's
You just got to go to the beach.
specialty.
Oh.
No, it's not. But whose is it? It is going to be, of course, 100
Yeah.
Thieves. Why do they like this map so much? The home of KO.
They've been really, really good at taking those aggressive fights, both on their defense and their attack side. They've been super good with the double duelist meta, too. We saw it on this Ascent. They've done it on Haven. They're doing it as well on Breeze, using that Phoenix to really take the space that they need to. And I think, too, based on this game that we've just seen, Asuna and Timotino, they've had such good synergy, and their timings have been great with re-clearing a lot of the way that they've been doing towards that defensive side, taking the mains, fighting towards mid, just setting up these small little trap plays. So for me, 100 Thieves, they really do thrive on a map like this. But that being said, Breeze is essentially just a deathmatch map, and I feel like RRQ was kind of on fire as well in terms of firepower.
I mean, I kind of see it playing out in like almost a similar way to Ascent if RRQ sticks to the same comp, because they used to play Harbor KO, so I think you're going to play like a little bit more of a disruptive comp where they're trying to get reads and slow down a double duelist that's being played here by 100 Thieves. I think stylistically there will be some similarities to Ascent, but I think RRQ might be a little bit underrated on this map. I think the stats make it look like they're terrible at the map. And I think a lot of the times, I've seen a lot of games where they're actually more competitive than, you know, just losing every game, to be honest. I think they actually do know their way around this map decently, and I'm hoping for good things. But look, double pistol on Ascent and they're not winning that. That makes me nervous, man.
We're going to continue winning pistol rounds. They're 100% on pistol rounds.
Great.
That's the way we're looking at
Can
it,
we
okay?
win gun rounds, Bucket?
Every third.
Every third?
Every third is
1 in 3.
crazy.
All right, that's not bad. That's not going to be good enough, though, to avoid going to the lower bracket.
I do think, though, going into this, when you're seeing that
we
this
got the
is
veto for the next series.
Hey, we're just showing you guys what's up for the next match. By the way, this is going to be Paper Rex taking on NRG. That should be a very
Surely we're not
exciting
showing
one.
the veto now.
That that you guys are just able to get a prediction on. The decider could be on Breeze, which is the map you're about to see for this series in the best of 3. Yeah, that
My brain can't take that. I'm just going to focus on this game.
Best of 7 was real? You don't think that?
I don't know, but I can't think about that right now, Puckett. We got a game to watch, man.
Do you? All right, I'll let you play.
Hopefully soon.
I think our guys are locked in. The coaches are smiling. Production's all smiles. Let's hand it over for our agent selection. Can I ask real quick before I go? Are Jet and Silva going to be in every single game today?
Potentially so, honestly, but it depends on some of the other maps. We do have a little bit of a change-up from RRQ, though. They are not playing the KO Harbor anymore. They will stick to what they played on Ascent. However, I'm wondering if they updated the agent
from last game.
I think that
Those
might
are the comps from
not
last
be
game?
real.
That's my guess. It's from last game. It's a little hangover. We're just going to replace those graphics with some fresh agents.
I'm going to need a Bloody Mary right now.
I was going to say, there's no way both these teams play without a Viper or at least a Harbor or some sort of wall controller on this map, because I think it'd be almost near impossible if you play with just the Omen. So definitely a little bit of a slip up there for the agent select, but I'm really wondering if 100 Thieves have stuck to their guns and committed to that double duelist, because again, they've had so much time to prep. They may have made those changes.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of footage here on RRQ and how they do like to approach Breeze. And when we see the agent select, it is actually what they're playing. They're going to start out on the attacking side.
Mistake.
So I guess this just does seem to be the kind of way that they want to be approaching things for the time being. So stylistically, we're going to get very much the same thing as what we saw over on Ascent. Once again, RRQ will have to start out on that attacking side, and it's going to have to take a little bit longer. But I'm seeing Harbor Neon. Yeah, okay, there you go. The HUD has baited me for the 4th time. I'm getting whiplash now.
I was looking at you trying to be like,
I'm getting whiplash. Okay, let's just focus on the task at hand. RRQ dashing on into that A site. They do have a lurk waiting in the wings. It takes a little bit of chip damage onto 100 Thieves who are going for a quick flood onto this A site.
Yep, really nice execute here. Taking that backside space. Gemkin going to get the pick onto Timotino, but Cryo is here to trade. 3 of those players on RQ have dropped to 100 Thieves. Make it 4. And all of a sudden, Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planning for him. And Vora going to get that final pick onto Crazy Guy. And now that 100% pistol win rate for RQ has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, honestly. That's a really nice retake from 100 Thieves, though. That's exactly what you want to be doing with the Harbor. Just a quick flood straight through middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk. Throw up the high tide and then just cut out that A side in half. Really helps you kind of simplify what you need to clear. And I don't think that RQ really offered much resistance. They're now back down onto an eco, and unfortunately, they got to take a little bit of a back seat now on this attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the fast flood working really well for 100 Thieves. And for RRQ, I'm just kind of interested to see how they're going to farm these orbs, who they're going to farm them on. The dart going in, just making sure that there's no one close enough. Taking that A main space, the orb is going to be picked up by Cushy. Now looking for another A execute again for this side.
Yep, bang, spamming away straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being, while this Viper wall is up. Up goes the Blaze wall as well. Suna looking to, once again, try to isolate some of these players from RRQ, but they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol. Bora silencing that for the time being. He's been tacked up, going to dash back into safety as Cushy cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferro himself, but Cryo with the late lurk on through from middle will give the round to 100 Thieves.
God, Vora's positioning this last map and this map so far has just been so good. Able to just dance around those pistols, making sure he's not over-aggressing, not over-peeking into those angles that he could get punished by, especially close range. Vora been so good as such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's always there. He's always rotating. He's always ready with a plan. And now we're going to see Cryo actually setting up onto this B site. And another... Oh, sorry. I was going to say another Thrifty. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD. But we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves. The op online for Gemkin.
Now up on the attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. One way is going to allow Asuna to kind of maneuver his way on through. Something to think about actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ looking for a pick in middle. Just sitting in a 1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read at what they're playing against now.
Yep. 2-0 again for 100 Thieves. Slow start for RRQ. Like you said, 100 Thieves understanding, adapting, not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through that nest area, the Neon.
Dirty trip set up there. As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo, completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left. And RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there. And pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang. He's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
It's going to be pretty rough. A Bulldog, though, trying to go for at least one more weapon down, because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak going to get punished just a little bit because she can spot out. Bang, bang. Sees just a little bit of that pixel. He's going to go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because, again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of weird buy. So exits going here.
Yep, see what he's able to fashion for himself. Nicely timed pick from Jemkin, denies any chance of catching those players darting back off the site. Nicely done from RRQ. Just a very slow 1-3-1 to open up this attacking side. Gun round, and then a really good B execute, just to kind of simplify things. They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had the perfect setup there on the Cypher. Cage on the site, really kind of making them guess about what his positioning was. He had double trips to kind of keep himself safe, but it was just perfect utility from RRQ. You had the shock dart dealing with one of the trips and the relay bolt into the back left, and from there it's a little bit easier for RRQ to path their way into B.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, though, switching up their defensive setup, trying to fight for elbow. 3 of these players down. They run it down, run it back, pushing it all the way down towards elbow. Doesn't get a pick, but Timotino's going to punish Cushy. Zan getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick onto Timotino. All the while, 3 more players have dropped, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams. 2-1. For 100 Thieves, and they're just going to re-clear towards his mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused as to why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue a little bit. That is a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in a round like this, and 100 Thieves a little bit, I think they must have seen that. I mean, both, they're on the outside of the door, and they killed both of those players, so I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there. Zan, going to pick it up. He's done a really good job of pinching that one. It's Froze still lurking over towards B. You definitely don't want to get caught on the cross here as Zan. Very risky maneuver, but Bora gets off the line at an inopportune time, and now Crazy Guy can throw one. He walks back and gets the pick. Okay, back to B now, I guess.
Dude, this is stressing me out, but the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here. 400 Thieves. They don't really hear it because Cryo's not close enough. The spike is going to go down. They're committing to playing on these trap setups, these traps towards A. But of course, RRQ, they know that there's a whole Cypher setup on A. They vented towards B on purpose. Xfero here, backside, almost going to get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know that he's creeped all the way up yet. Nobody knows, but Xfero gets a pick onto Vora. And now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to be walking your way into. And I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100 Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it in that next round. RRQ, good 2 gun rounds in a row. Very slow stuff in both of them. And honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round. Maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of timings it felt like where 100 Thieves, if they had just held down that midline for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, another gun round picked up for RRQ here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100 Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands, swinging it around the corner and trying to play for those frags. I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RRQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timotino, who had the op on the other side, was just unable to get anything. But again, another anti-eco, anti-thrifty here for RRQ, and they're walking towards the same main.
Zan up on the line, taps the orb nicely. In comes the curveball and the relay ball. Counter Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side as a gun is dropped in the open. Crazy Guy going to deny Timotino get his hands on it. It's a messy exchange that still seems to go the way of RRQ there. 100 Thieves, definitely some potential shoving their way into A main there, but now they're unfortunately going to be put in a bit of an awkward situation. It's just Cryo on this B site on his lonesome.
Really good read here from Zan to tap the orb, try to bait any of those setups, and they're out onto this B side. Cryo alone on this side isn't able to get one. 100 Thieves have done so good with the bandits so far, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Vora now and Bang in this 2v4, trying to get out on site as fast as possible. But man, this is going to be hard. Both kind of low, 41 and 20 HP total for both of these guys. Using that wall to get some sort of map control, to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero's actually creeping all the way up the side of that wall. Tap on that spike. The dart is down. Another dart coming in. Xfero getting both those picks onto Bang and Vora.
Yeah, he was just waiting, seeing what the rest of the team could kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. Have pivoted into the double duelist comp. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being picked up into this roster, they've kind of been playing around with playing double controller. They were playing Harbor KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon because, as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature Jet. As RRQ looking into another gun round here. It's looking like a quick mid to 8.
Super quick split, Zan stopping because of that molly, but being able to push all the way up. The drone coming in from A main, but they've put a hold on it because they hear Timatino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting with a judge. Zan gets the pick onto Timatino, gets that off of his hands, and Vora using that Sova, trying to get as much information as possible, but Cryo, he's still set up. He gets the information. He sees that the rest of the team is out on site, so as soon as it's going to go down mid, try to re-clear, try to get that information, and the retake wall has come in from this harbor.
See, RRQ just really slowing this down around down, waiting for some mistakes. In comes the Harbor Roll, though. Arsene has fell on. Great spam through from Cryo, making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just starting to crumble. Crazy Guy trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by the neural theft, and it's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is, and he's been flanked by Asuna. Nice little response there from 100 Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down. But credit to 100 Thieves for putting the pieces back together.
Yeah, they did a good job at flipping that site. Phoenix taking that mid control, trying to get a pick onto that Zan while he was falling back. And it just felt like both these players understood the aggression on the site because they took their time. They waited for Asuna to just make some sort of chaos, pull some of that pressure, pull some of that focus, and use the timing there. But of course, also Cryo getting a spam through that harbor wall was kind of crazy too, because that was the spike as well. But obviously into this next round, 3-3, both teams able to get full weapons, but it's kind of crazy because if RRQ loses this round, they might be forced onto another Thrifty here unless they get those picks.
See how good of a salesman Cushy is. Applies a little bit of util pressure to that B side. Drone goes through elbow, looking to try to fish for a bang here with the paranoia. Blazewalk goes up, and it's a disengage for 100 Thieves.
Really quick rotate, but it gets punished because Cushy, he's walked all the way up mid. Vora unable to get traded by Timatino yet, but RRQ doing a good job at just waiting. Both these ops meeting each other. Timatino turning around at the wrong time, but as I say that, he gets the pick onto Jemkin, a 1-for-1 trade, and now all of a sudden, the numbers are equalized.
RRQ really having a tough time at finding the clean opportunities and timings that they've been looking for in the mid-round. Once again, slowing things down. 40 seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A side to meet up with Xfero. 100 Thieves are very much in front of this, though. It's just Cryo being left solo retake on that B site yet again here. While the rest of the team is ready with reactive utility. You've got the Storm Surge and the Phoenix Molly. So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good time dealing with this. Up goes the fast lane. Timatino finding that opening. Big bang inside of the bunker smoke is giving them a lot of problems. Cushy tapping the spike. Timatino able to deal with him. And Crazy Guy is so far out of position here. Panic TP into the site. He will have a little bit of space to plant, but Timatino should be able to just deny that spike. There's no time, even if Crazy Guy gets that pick. And RRQ, unfortunately, again in the mid-round, things are just really not coming together for them.
Yeah, a struggle It feels like 100 Thieves so quick to collapse. Their rotations have gone a lot quicker here. They're kind of just walking around through mid because it feels like they haven't been pressured enough by RRQ either. So much mid space is given to them to the point where they're comfortable rotating. That being said, Bora did get caught off guard, so we're going to see a little bit of a change maybe towards their clearing that mid properly before they do those full rotates. And now, still able to buy, getting that operator on the side of Jemkin. They're looking like they're just going to go for another round of these slow peaks, but this time towards elbow.
Well, runner back secured inside of a main for Asuna. Full information for 100 Thieves as Cushy once again looking to try to clear the Cypher trips. One of them dealt with. Up goes the Cage. Inside of the smoke is Timatino, hiding in the opposing team's fast lane, and he's found a decent timing. That's a hell of a trade back from Sam as the Hunter's Fury coming in does deal with Cryo, or at least make him uncomfortable enough for Crazy Guy to do his due diligence, and RRQ will take this A site.
That was a really good zoning out from Cushy, just being really annoying, forcing Cryo to get that peek over the wall or take his one. The drone's going to give so much information that these players are on site, but they still don't know where Jemkin is. He has this full flank control. As I say that, he turns around, run it back, down on side. Suna gets the pick onto Cushy, just jumping around. He's able to get it, and Crazy Guy now back site, and Jemkin with the operator in mid.
It's a nice flank timing, but Asuna, they were not sure where he actually completed that run it back from. And now Jemkin being locked out of this round by the High Tide. Asuna's got him marked. Up goes the Blade Storm, but inside of that Cloud Burst, Asuna was ready. And this will be a nice little defuse from 100 Thieves to get themselves on a nice streak of rounds here. They've gotten very close the last 3 in a row, but every single one of them has gone the way of 100 Thieves.
Again, it's this post-plant situation for RRQ. The delay is so good on site. They're able to get at least one on the side of 100 Thieves, getting one of those picks and just delaying for long enough that the rotates are here so quick. You can see Asuna and Bora zooming, running them, holding W through that side. And of course, the flank, of course. So much pressure on both angles for the side of 100 Thieves. They're able to just be really annoying in that sense, forcing RRQ to kind of take that timeout, because now they've lost a couple of those rounds that they should have won. It feels like they've had a numbers advantage, position advantage, but it's just been kind of throttled by the way that 100 Thieves is reacting.
Yeah, a little bit of a dry spell here for RRQ that they're going to try to digest a little bit with this tack timeout. Start to make some adaptations. They've been mixing up the pace most of the time, playing quite slow. That little bit of a faster pump towards B was one of the faster rounds that we've seen from them, but it's always a little bit telegraphed by the Sova drone and the fact that they have to actually take their time clearing a lot of these Cypher trips. So that's really kind of slowing them down. Even if Cryo's not having the best of fragging impact so far, I think the Cypher utility has been worth its weight in gold so far.
Yeah, and he's been switching it up almost every single round too. When he is on that B, yes, he has a couple of the same trips, but the Cage has just been really annoying. He switched up his position. You never know where he's playing. And then he's also switched over and over again from that A to B site. So it's been working really well for them, but we're obviously jumping back in now. 100 Thieves, Timatino walking all the way down elbow.
Yeah, has a decent timing here onto Zan. It's a very easy pick to kick things off for the defense, and RRQ post-timeout, that's where you just throw all of your plans in the bin. The opposing team already found the opening pick and tagged your jet off the line, forced to defensively dash. They've got no map control to speak of in a 4-on-5. It's kind of a nightmare scenario for the attackers here.
Really scary. No map control other than this elbow. They're holding this double doors, waiting for some sort of aggression. But again, 100 Thieves not giving it to them. They're not giving them those easy fights anymore. Full A main control here. They're hoping that someone taps the orb or at least walks into their crosshairs with that off angle. Timatino now trying to re-clear towards that mid. Using his op to kind of catch anyone off guard, but he's not going to find anything just yet.
Contact play in towards mid doors, has to find some impact here. Xfero, if he plays this one in first, is in for a rude awakening. That's a brave TP for Crazy Guy, and we'll leave it at that. Bora turtling inside of the site, trying to play the crossfire with Bang. It's a beautiful little recon dart in from the Sova, and even if he's pinned into the corner and dealt with, Jemkin on only 50 HP has not much to do here. Timeout completely ineffective from RRQ, and 100 Thieves slapped them away with 4 alive.
Crazy Guy living up to his name with that TP into Nest, huh?
They didn't have much going for them, you know? If you don't make big plays, you don't get big results, Athena, okay?
Well, I think there also was a really good timing from Timotino's part because he did just cross into Nas. But yes, this opening pick, really nice. I love that Timotino is able to go for those as well without requiring too much support. Bora's on the other side of the map. There's no one really following up with him, which could be a little scary if he does get picked off. But he's just so confident in those peaks that it's kind of rewarded them. And now RRQ forced onto this weird buy. 3 stringers across the board, 2 sheriffs, and they're going towards this B main.
Oh, that Phoenix Molly is really doing them a number here. As RRQ looking to dive into the side. Beautiful little spray control from Asuna, and the curveball's even better. Up inside of the dark cover. Crazy Guy has TP'd up to try to get something done, but Asuna is all over it. Only 1 bullet left in his Phantom. Xfero's in the back lines. They're very much trying to give Asuna the ace here. Reloads the Phantom and he'll get it done. Beautiful defense there from 100 Thieves. The Phoenix is all that's needed, really, to shut down that attempt from the Stingers on RRQ's side.
Those are the types of rounds that when I go home, I'm like, maybe I should play on high sense like Asuna does, because he does it so good. He's so consistent with it. It's kind of insane.
It was super important because RRQ with the Stingers here, if they get in the site and get the pit down, that's actually a losable round for 100 Thieves, especially with the comp that they're playing. So cannot understate. You know, there's some anti-eco aces that you're like, yeah, that didn't really matter. But that one actually could have been a bit of a problem for 100 Thieves if he doesn't put some multi-frags together there.
Yeah, he absolutely shut down their winning condition for that round. And we're going to see early double drone from both sides, getting as much information as possible. Vora getting spotted out by the drone. They're not going to get any more information on the 100 Thieves side now, setting up for some sort of mid-fight. 3 players here situated towards here. Vora about to get peeked by the op by Jemkin. He's just holding, playing passive. Who's going to make the first move?
Minute and 10 on the clock here. Very tense stuff. So RRQ are set up in elbow. Down goes the operator. Kushi looking for the trade as the dark cover goes in towards Ness. RRQ putting a lot of pressure on middle. Oh, he's hit him with a little bit of a bouncy dart there. Nicely done by Kushi. Hudson is really going looking for him with the run it back. This is messy stuff. Zan's been able to time him inside of heaven as he comes off the back of the ult, and a big 2K from Crazy Guy to open up B. I cannot believe that RRQ has put themselves in a winning position as the spike gets scooped up by the IGL.
That's insane. Zan actually getting all the way up into Nest when Timotino was opping through that tons. It's insane how he actually got that timing to get in and punish Asuna. But a bang. In this 1v3, it's not looking too good. We have 3 of these players ready on site, and Sparrow ready with that flank peek. Kind of insane that round. I thought it was going to go down in shambles for RRQ after that initial pick from Vora. Obviously, the dart, nobody was able to trade Vora, but it didn't matter because they had this mid setup. But it just didn't work. It wasn't there, wasn't flushed out because of the players that were towards elbow.
I think this is just a round where, I mean, I've been praising our 100 Thieves for their patience for the majority of this game. They very much just try to crunch middle, and sometimes that just backfires for you. They really sent it in with the runner back and didn't quite find the right timing that they were looking for. Sometimes that happens. But RRQ now on 4 attacking side of rounds, even if the last, however many, I feel like the last 5 or 6 rounds have not looked particularly close, and we still have 4 on the attacking side for RRQ. So they're doing their due diligence at least. Blazewall and Storm Surge going to secure A main control, going for the orb is bang. In goes the relay bolt. RRQ looking to punish, but unable to do so.
The A main fight coming in. Asuna getting that pick onto Zan, and he's going to fall back, not trying to give too much away, give another peek for RRQ, and all of a sudden, that's their neon down, but they still have this op online for Jemkin, but he's been unable to find an opening pick so far, especially towards this B side where Cryo's just playing on site, playing patient on his cam. Vora, though, uses drone early. It's going to have to use that dart at some point to get some sort of information because RRQ, again, slowing it down in their mid-round.
The dart's back up for the attackers as well. Xferro does have the pip for the afterplant. Jemkin looking for a peek over on elbow side, and RRQ kind of waiting for him to get in the mix. As Crazy Guy going to go for an information TP. Asuna, here's that all being picked up. They know that there's at least 1 or 2 players for RRQ. Hold on. They're starting to get some picks. Bang able to trade one back, though, and he rips his ult. Timotino's arrived at the party as well, and that's a great shutdown at the end of the half for 100 Thieves. Just perfection from the Neon and the Harbor to stop RRQ. Any inroads getting into A.
That was such a nice setup from them. Really good positioning. Timatino as well, not being phased by all the pressure coming out of A main. The players knowing that Bang has his back on site, just being able to focus towards that mid doors. These are the kind of the small plays that I really like to see from 100 Thieves. But of course, these are so nice to watch. The 3K for Timatino, and now we've jumped into this halftime. Looking at the scoreboard, 14 and 14 for the double duelists on 100 Thieves.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves. As we once again have the cinematic music really egging us on in this series.
It sets the tone.
It does.
Another
yeah.
8-4.
It does what I couldn't. As RRQ, they've got their work cut out for them once again. Down in rounds at the half, moving on to the defense. Pretty similar to what we saw over on the Ascent side, but 100 Thieves calling has been pretty excellent today. And they're not playing that different of a comp stylistically. Again, double duelists, couple little different bits and pieces. I'm interested to see actually how they approach this attack side. They're going to have to get a reasonable amount of value out of the fast lane and the cages, I'd imagine, because they're only playing the Harbor as a single controller.
Yeah.
Which is not too common. Usually you're seeing that kind of paired with a Viper or something like that a lot of the time. Or you even have Astra or Omen in the mix.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, they've switched on to the stronger sides. The weaker sides. There we go. Because that Omen on the defensive side is really good at just delaying and using that smoke to block off those choke points instead of using them to actually execute into a site, especially when you're playing with a Viper. Once you put that wall down, it's gone. You can no longer move it. So it's almost impossible to commit to a site like B when your Viper wall is on A, and same vice versa. And then on the other side of 100 Thieves with that double duelist, it's going to be a lot harder to execute because the retakes, once they use a lot of that util on that retake, or at least on the execute, they don't have that harbor wall again for quite a while. They're going to have to cycle, like you said, those Cypher cages or something else that's going to help them through. Maybe the firewall from Phoenix here, but kind of crazy. I'm looking at these two double duelists to kind of keep up the synergy, but for RRQ, they're starting off with 3 players towards the safe side, trying again to get this A main pressure.
Xfera retake on B does have a wall to slow things down if possible. Spots out a couple of players on the side of 100 Thieves, but will just back his way over towards Elbow and play behind the Harbor wall. Cryo trying to keep Jemkin in check. He's having a little bit of a look in towards Elbow. That's fantastic from Cryo to shut the jet down, and now RRQ are very much under the pump.
Post plant here for 100 Thieves. RRQ seeming to decide against the quick flank towards Elbow. They know Crow's holding it, but they're walking up. Timatino pushed all the way up, gets a pick onto Cushy, but Zan gets 2 here, dropping 3 players from 100 Thieves, and all of a sudden a 1v1 Sheriff v Sheriff. Vora versus Xfero, holding it down, tapping the spike, but Vora gets that final pick, and another pistol going the way of 100 Thieves.
It's a good way to start the offense. Dealt with Jemkin inside of Elbow, and despite some heroics from Zan, those were some very nice shots indeed, coming back in on that retake for RRQ. 100 Thieves able to win the 1v1 that was necessary. That's their second pistol here. 2-1 by RRQ at the first map, and 2 by 100 Thieves. Should give them a lot of confidence. They're already up 8-4 in the half. They're switching over to attack now. It's going to force RRQ to once again show their resilience. Something that we know they have. You know, when they're in really good form, they're great at these comebacks, but I don't know, I haven't seen anything too inspiring today from RRQ. I don't get really the sense that they're in fantastic form, but this is a nice B stack at least.
Yep, 5 players from 100 Thieves opting to go for this. They're not holding back. They're just going in together. The trades are all in. Cushy somehow manages to get 3 with the classic, but Crazy Guy left in a 2v1. This is an expensive round here for 100 Thieves, but they're able to get that spike down, not taking any chances, just playing together on that site. High-low towards this Tons. The peek is in, and Cryo gets the pick onto Crazy Guy.
Yeah, nicely navigated at the end of things, but the B stack does get a little bit of damage done.
Yeah.
So that's the first little test passed for RRQ. At least make the economy breakable as you head into your first gun round. See how much 100 Thieves are going to invest kind of buying around these 2 rifles, but you don't feel too bad bringing 2 Phantoms out of things, especially when Asuna has a run it back into the anti-bonus. You're still probably feeling quite confident as 100 Thieves to keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, and they're grouping up once again. I think at this point, they're just taking that double duelist comp and running with it, trying to get aggressive, especially in their post plants, taking a lot of map control because like we talked about, when you have just the harbor, it's hard to cycle those and prevent the retakes from flooding in. And now an A execute on the lines here. That firewall is going to go up first. The harbor wall is not the initial util that's being used to cross into sight. Asuna with the running back, trying to get one, doesn't find anyone, but Crazy Guy and Jemkin are the ones to stop the execute. I say that, but Cryo and Vora, good for their own.
Plan going down for 100 Thieves. Man advantage. If they win this bonus, it would be a death sentence for RRQ. There's Cushy working his way in. Drone to try to read the setup here as the site is cut in half by a nice high tide from Bang. They know that the Phoenix inside of A main, but Jemkin has probably got a lot of work to do here, and waiting out the high tide is probably going to really time RRQ out of this round. The Cove will further stall things. Like, this is just a nightmare to retake into for RRQ, and the curveball is where the first move will be made. Hexfero was ready for it, diving in out of the Cove there. RRQ, what a gorgeous little retake as Jemkin puts 3 together. I did not think that they were going to get back into that one. But that was very much necessary to start to close the gap of rounds here on this defense.
That was insane. I mean, every single kill felt like it could have been part of a frag movie because that was kind of crazy. But 100 Thieves, man, they took the site. They made sure that they had the space back site. They just struggled to fight together to trade. I think Asuna here also taking that fight solo was a little bit of a struggle. We were complimenting them on cycling that util, making sure that the harbor util is actually the final piece before they try to do something a little bit too aggressive. And it ends up not working for them, but
Timotino under pressure. Jemkin's dash into the window, and he certainly wasn't ready for that. Bang inside of the dark cover as Vora, I think, spraying Crazy Guy straight through it. That's a nice pick back for 100 Thieves that I don't think they necessarily were expecting. And now Arsena taking this space into middle. Drone reply in from Cushy, trying to push them away. Xfero has been scanned out under a lot of pressure here. The shock dance, the Phoenix Molly, he's pinned into a corner, and there's nothing for him to do. The rest of RRQ here just waiting on the other side of the high tide as 100 Thieves start to scramble into 8.
Really quick response from RRQ, trying to collapse immediately to help out Xfero. He did fall, but 3 of these players here towards mid, they just need to make sure that they're clearing it out because Bang here holding that off angle towards doors with Asuna. Nice little crossfire here, gets 2, peeks for the 3rd, but Asuna is there to trade instantly.
That's rough for RRQ. Try to go for something a little bit aggressive on elbow side, and honestly, it kind of worked out until that spam kill came back through from Vora.
Yeah.
And I think the mid-rounding was excellent from 100 Thieves. As soon as they lost elbow, they took that mid-space. They isolated where that solo A player was playing. And as you can see here on the replay, they dealt with Xfero without really needing to do too much. Great little snake by, Shock Bolt and Phoenix Molly combo. And then just set up a beautiful crossfire across middle. There was not really much RRQ could do there.
The util has been so good, especially when you're looking at a player like Osno. We've been talking about him a lot, but his flashes have been great for trap setups, his wall being used on their executes, and that molly, of course. It's so nice to see a lot of these small little things, these micro plays that they're using that ends up making them just a tiny bit cleaner, makes everything look a little bit easier for 100 Thieves, like taking map control there and being able to trade and set up those crossfires. Really nice stuff, and I'm so excited to see how Asuna keeps playing on this Phoenix, especially for the rest of this competition.
Jemkin on the op. Not sure it's something 100 Thieves will be expecting.
Tailwind
active. Cryo, beautiful little peek on in there. That definitely needed to be where RRQ found some success, and the Neural Theft to follow up. They can read this setup nicely. Hunter's Fury comes in. Sad trying to chase them down with the overdrive active, but 100 Thieves are punishing every little aggressive maneuver for RRQ. And now with the high try to cross yellow and the spam through from Bang, this is looking like a serious point for 100 Thieves.
They've taken all the space. They have the numbers. They're forcing Crazy Guy and Xfero to fall back. They have to save these weapons. This is not winnable for them. 2v5. They need to buy around these guns, of course, because now 100 Thieves is going to be on match point with the... And... man, if I was RRQ, I'd be sweating right now because it's looking so hard. They don't have any idea of how to stop this kind of force push by 100 Thieves. They're just running it down at some point. still doing it with conviction, still doing it with strategy. They're not just holding W all willy-nilly, but they're able to get those picks. They're able to just trade off of each other so well. It feels like they're able to speed up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that setup is just a bit of a domino effect. I didn't even mind it. I think the op was something that 100 Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not necessarily ready for, but Jemkin just goes looking for information in the mid-round a little bit too early there and gets caught on the timing. If he finds an op pick, dashes away there, that could be a completely different story, especially with the overdrive and the Hunter's Fury coming in on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what Cryo does best, though. Just an instant headshot, even onto someone holding an op line, and 100 Thieves now on series point. This has been a very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see why they picked this map into this series.
Oh, 100%. They've been performing on a map like Breeze. But Timatino going for that initial pick, demolishing Jemkin, absolutely destroying him. And now 4v5 just like that. RRQ are struggling, so they're trying to take that map control back. They're trying to equalize these numbers, getting the information with that drone. They're going to spot out Asuna here, but Zan unable to do anything with that. The drone coming in answer, and they have all this information just holding for 100 Thieves. They don't need to overpeak anywhere.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed from RRQ, and 100 Thieves are all over it. Great patience. Timatino diving into the site, flushes Crazy Guy into Cryo's angle. Hunter's Fury really zoning the rest of the rotators away, blows up Cushy on double doors, and Timatino up close as the Harbor ult comes through. Will catch at least Zan on 5 HP. Out comes the shorty, and Xfero is tapping away. That is ridiculous, but Cryo will finally put an end to it. 13-5 for 100 Thieves. They absolutely demolished RRQ.
That makes sense why this is their map pick. They've been so phenomenal on maps like these, just taking their fights. But I think today they've shown that they have all this really good understanding of how they want to play together, the synergy, the way that they're coming up with these strats. And the mid-rounding from Vora, of course, has been phenomenal. Feels like they haven't been punished for a lot of those plays other than a couple of trap setups. And once it hasn't worked, they've still had an answer in the middle of the round of how to recuperate.
Yeah, I felt like for the majority of that series, 100 Thieves, definitely the better team. RRQ, once again, a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow at an international event, given that they are still betting in Zan very recently, picking up this player heading into this event. But I definitely know, especially all of the Pacific fans know that RRQ can play a little bit better than that, and in the lower bracket, they'll only have one more chance to do so.
Makes a lot of sense. I think also coming off of that Masters run as well, they're still a little tired, but I still think I see a lot of faith, especially the way that Xfero was playing. Man, he was a beast today on that Veto, playing really, really well, constantly getting those picks on the Viper. His lurk timings were really good, just holding, making sure that the team always has a plan B to fall back into. And then also on his defense, just getting so many of those picks. He's been playing phenomenally. Definitely a player to keep our eyes on for the rest of the tournament.
For sure. And look, Xfero is a bit of a Pacific MVP, but he needs a little bit of help from the rest of the boys on RRQ for sure. So we'll see if they can pick up their performance heading forward into that lower bracket. They got a lot of work to do. 100 Thieves, I think that's a good vibe though, having got a clean win in that opening game. Puckett, you know, I'm sure you're happy to see that win for the boys.
Very happy. Very unexpected 2-0 victory. RRQ going to fall down, and they're doing it pretty swiftly. I have to give a big shout out to Xfero. If you're going to lose a game, get a three-piece like that on the way out. He clicking heads, feeling good as you're going into your next matchup. But honestly, this was a grueler. Both of these teams sat out here for a while. They were iced. They were able to get back into the game. And I think ultimately maybe you got to revisit the Phoenix. Is it a mistake not to use the best?
GG, nice try. Tadi mau sekalian nonton PRX anjir lah. Gara-gara apa namanya? Technical issue. Jadi dah. Malah EDG nanti. EDG tanggal 4. Yang main besok tuh G2 sama NS. Berapa? Jam 8 lagi dia. Jam 6. Nonton Heretic saya kali besok ya. Heretics atau GE Heretics kali. Ini baru lanjut G2 sama NS. Thank you yang udah nonton, yang udah like, yang udah subscribe. Yang belum subscribe boleh subscribe ya. Thank you guys. Thank you.